All right, let's get a pull up. Oh, good Lord. All right, what's up, Grass? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. We got me some special coffee. Sorry, I got stuck at the lumber mill. I got stuck at the lumber mill for a little longer than I expected. I picked up a couple extra pieces that I wasn't intending to pick up, but there's a good reason for it, and I'm going to show you what that good reason is here in a second. You can kind of see the good reason right here. Right here. Kind of right across the center. I don't know how to angle my hand when it's in reverse. Irish coffee, hell yeah. A little bit of, what is it? It's not Bailey's. It's, comes in a white bottle, square bottle. Di Serono? Maybe? White square bottle. It's a cream. Or creme. Whatever the hell they say. I don't know. Whatever the fancy people say. This white square lid. That's fucking delicious. But now YouTube won't push the video out because I talked about booze right off the bat. But screw them. They can bite me. Just kidding, YouTube. I love you. Please push all my videos. Please. Please. I love you a long time, YouTube. Please. What's up, Janelle? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Excuse me. I can't breathe coffee yet. I tried. Woo! I tried. So, the reason I'm so late today. What's up, car guy? And another one. How you doing, guys? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. The reason I got started so late today is because I went to the lumber yard to pick up the couple pieces of curly maple and curly cherry, right? And my black walnut pieces that I need for the bottom. And then I picked up a few more little pieces, right? But I also found these two pieces, this big chunk of white oak, and underneath it's another big piece of black walnut, like we already have. But I'll show you guys why I picked up this piece of white oak here. The difference between high gloss and semi-gloss. Semi-gloss is like, well, high gloss would be like a mirror finish. Like you can see your reflection, like when you really clean your car really well. That's a high gloss. A semi-gloss would be like you took that high gloss and maybe hit it with some fine sandpaper. You just tone it down a little bit. It's about halfway between a matte and a high gloss. What's your most favorite or handy tools when you're woodworking? That's a good question. Some bit. I'm going to say my favorite tool would probably be my table saw or my laser. Having all 10 fingers definitely helps out. My most handy tool would probably be anything on this little rack over here. We got our little trim routers, we got our oscillating saws, our different drills, drivers, jigsaws, nail guns, all that kind of stuff. But what is really useful is the planer. The planer is definitely really useful. I couldn't do most of what I do without a planer. It's loud and annoying, and I don't like to use it because it's loud and annoying, but it does its job very well. Use a handsaw. Oh, so the high gloss or semi-gloss. All right, so you guys can see the sheen on this. This would be a semi-gloss. Okay, this piece of wood here, like how it's got this little bit of kind of shiny, but it's not like your freshly waxed car, right? Little convenience store. It's really hard to choose. I don't know. My table saw would definitely be like the things that I couldn't do my job without is the table saw and the planer. Everything else I can work around, but I can't do what I do without those two tools. It's decommissioned. It no longer fires. It's Grandpa's old shotgun. It's just there for sentimental purposes. You could get a hand planer. That's true, but that's a lot of work, and I'm lazy. We know this. I do love glue. Boozing and sanding with Dan and friends beats Saturday morning cartoons. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, I'm not showing any more of my collection. I've got a lot, but I'm not showing any more of my collection. So, this piece of white oak here is one of the reasons why I was so late getting started this morning. You can sort of see this this feather down the center. All right. Now, collection. Hell yeah, collection. What's up, Turner? How you doing, Crafty Man? All right, so this is 91% alcohol, rubbing alcohol, right? Isopropyl alcohol. I know it's backwards, you guys can't read, but it's 91%. So it doesn't raise the grain, but it does allow us to see what the finish looks like, or what the wood looks like before we put a finish on. Yeah, it's taxidermy. That's 11:30 for me too. I'm so sorry, guys. I got stuck at the lumber yard. They held me prisoner. They forced me to buy this beautiful slab of white oak. I'm going to try to get you guys to see. See that? Hopefully you can see that. That is why I bought this. The slabs are pretty thin. I mean, this one is, I'm going to say 8/4. Now, things like this tend to get cut out of larger boards because this is more valuable figure-wise than having it on the end of a straight grain board. Yeah, it's gorgeous. So, what our next project is going to be, is that chunk of black walnut up there. We're going to make a pedestal table. We're going to make 2 of them. We're going to make a little coffee table. That's what our next project's going to be. As soon as I saw this with some alcohol on it, I immediately had to buy it. And then there is underneath there is the second piece of black walnut. Now, these cracks in here, they'll definitely get filled. They'll be epoxy. The table top, like the slab here, is kind of small. So I'm not sure if I'm going to extend it a little bit or do some epoxy work. I don't know yet, but that's a problem for later. Watch, it's way too tight. How much for each of them? For the slabs, I paid for the white oak slab, I paid $70. Hang on, I got a receipt. I'll tell you exactly how much I paid. Because taxes. The white oak slab was $68. That chunk of black walnut down there was $45. And the white oak is $8.25, 2 inches. Lumberyards measure everything in quarters of an inch. Let me get a board to set this on so I can put it over here against the door. Oh no! My pile of stuff is falling. Alright, so we're going to put that over here at the door. Oh, it's heavy. I mean, it's white oak, so it's definitely dense. Now that grain in that white oak that I showed you, that is called feathering. And that comes from the crotch of a tree. Okay? That, when you see those, you get a tree that's got the two big branches that come out, that's called the crotch. Make all the jokes you want. Terminology. And that is where you get some of the most beautiful grain like that. The black walnut is sort of a pear. It's not the same, but yeah, feathering. That's what this pattern is here. It's called feathering. That's what makes this more valuable separated from a longer slab. But this is the other piece of black walnut. We're going to do some work to it as well. A little bit of epoxy work and stuff. But let's see what this looks like. This probably won't look very crazy with alcohol on it. There's what we get out of that, which does look pretty beautiful, if I do say so myself. What's up, Double A? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's exactly it. It looks like a big feather. So, Alan, the reason I'm so late. Would you just look at it? Fucking gorgeous. So, that'll be our next project. We're going to make a coffee table. And I'm not sure, it's going to be a super simple base for that coffee table because I want the top to be the focal point. So it may just be, I'll either make or buy some metal legs, or maybe I'll make a very basic base, maybe with a little shelf under it. But like I said, it is a very small table, smaller than tables that I would use. But these two black walnut slabs are going to be, or chunks, I guess, are going to be pedestal end tables. Um, that crotchwood's the best. Hell yeah. Giggity. The oak slab hard to work with? Yes. If you look, you see this right here? This check that goes across, and then there's another one here and here. This grain is very weak. It's not strong at all. So the drying process will usually destroy them. Felling the tree, like having it hit the ground, will usually destroy this. It's very weak grain. Any of the highly figured grains are very weak, but they are the most beautiful. So there is a way to work with it. You just have to be careful and know what you're doing, because this straight grain over here, this is super easy to work with. Super easy. It's very strong, stable, durable. The figured wood, that's where things get complicated. Crotchwood looks like it has a bush. Yeah. So that, I mean, we may make an epoxy table. We may encase that in epoxy and go for a super shine. And maybe we'll make it a little bigger. But the flip side is that size will fit in pretty much anyone's house, right? It's only, assuming I don't cut it down and straighten it out, right? It is 19 inches wide by 49 inches long. All right, and then 2 inches thick. That's a very big slab of wood. So we'll see, but that's going to be the next live stream build. Is going to be that and these. Figured it out today. When I saw that slab sitting there, it screamed that I needed to be a table or something. So that's what it's going to be. What's up, Brian? How you doing, bud? Appreciate you coming in, man. Yeah, I think it's going to be gorgeous. Now, what I am going to do is I haven't figured out, like, nobody has ordered these. So these are just going to be me building them for fun, really. I have the perfect wood to do it, and I know how to do it. So I'm going to make it. I mean, why not? And if I don't know how I'm going to get rid of them yet, because I don't have a purpose for them. But we'll figure something out. Which glue do I prefer for small work? You mean like wood glue? I only ever use Titebond. Titebond 1, 2, or 3, mostly 3. 3 is waterproof and food safe, food contact safe. Titebond 1 is not waterproof. Titebond 2 is water resistant, but I don't think it's food contact safe. I don't have a bottle out here to look. And then for really small stuff, I use CA glue. Just any CA glue with activator. And yes, I use a lot of glue. Your day started very slowly. My day started I spent 3 hours at the lumberyard today. And for no real good reason other than I seen that slab, that white oak chunk, and I went, I really need that in my life. And then I argued with myself about it, and then I looked at some other slabs, and I talked with the owner for a little while. He went and got me the black walnut pieces that I need for the base of this bassinet. And we shot the breeze for a bit, and then he sprayed this thing with alcohol, and I was like, yep, all right, fuck it, we're putting it in the truck. Is Type Bond 2 food safe? Okay. I wasn't sure. I don't use Type Bond 2 very often. Of the 3 Type Bonds, 1, 2, and 3, I use 1 and... I use 1 and 3 the most. Almost flip y'all off. Use 2 and 3? Okay. How's the working time on 2? Like I said, I don't use it very often, so I don't really pay attention. I use it when I need things, like things might get wet, but they probably won't. Also, I'm not a creamer in my coffee kind of guy, but some good creamer. So, now we figured out what our next project is going to be, and I'm super excited about that. I'll have to order in some more epoxy and stuff for that build, but and I got to get some more black walnut and maple, and I'll probably commission some legs. I can make the legs. I've got the welder and stuff here, but I'm sure that somebody out there can make them for me, and I like to support people. So I don't know. I always thought, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe 2 has a longer open time than 3. I'm not sure. I don't have any bottles of glue out here because I'm not gluing up today. And it's like 36 degrees outside. I mean, it's nice in here. What's up, Cleveland? No, I'm not doing metal legs on the walnut. We're going to do a wooden pedestal for the walnut. It is less than 3? Okay. All right. And then one has the longest open time, right? If I recall. Or is it the shortest? Good Lord, I can't remember anymore. No, I'm not. So I'm not going to do metal legs on the black walnut tables. Those are going to be power carved pedestals. Unless I find some just pedestals or something that I just think would really set it off. But I think I'm going to make my own pedestals. So the 2 of them will be different, but they're going to be, because, you know, I'm not a machine. I can't make 2 things exactly the same, all the time. So they'll be a little different, but that's the art of handmade stuff. So we'll figure out a way to get rid of them at some point. That's a problem for future Dan. And current Dan has work to do. And now I'm super excited about building this table. So, you know, and it's like this, I think what I'm going to do is metal legs on the white oak. I really do think that's the way I'm going to go. Just for simplicity, very simple, elegant design. And, yeah, different but paired. They'll be similar. But no 2 handmade products can be identical, obviously. And I'm not going to make the pedestal on a lathe, although I know a guy who could turn it for me if I really wanted him to. But I don't think that's the way I want to go. I want to go with power carving it. We'll see when I get there. It'll be a couple of weeks yet till I start thinking about that project. So now I'm thinking about it now. Son of a bitch. All right. Got 22 votes on this poll already. Nice. Alan, I forgot to close out the poll last night, and I don't remember where it was at, so. If it helps you guys, don't feel obligated to go with what the poll says, okay? Figure we'll let that run for the whole stream today and see what happens. Let's put you guys over here. I got to plug my phone in because I fell asleep with my phone in my hand last night and I didn't charge it. So I got bored after I got off, of Crappy Man's stream. Me and the dog were chilling, having a good time, and then I was like, well, I should probably scroll the internet a little bit. What type of finish am I going to use? It depends on what AA wants, but I'm probably going to go with something like a hard wax. I'm probably not going to buy hard wax. I'm probably going to make my own because I did make a couple. I talked about it last night. Woodsmith, I think is his channel name. He's an older guy, white hair, kind of curly. He's on YouTube, and he did a video on the different hard waxes, and then at the end he made his own, and then put that out there for everyone to use. It's on his website, and I made it, and it was really good. I think the channel name is Woodsmith. I think. I'm not 100%. If somebody knows, then feel free to type it in here. Yes, I have a dog. He's I don't know. He's probably 16 years old now. He's blind and fat, and he's no longer a puppy. He doesn't play anymore. Lakota, let's not do politics. That's not what we do here. We don't do politics or religion. Okay? This channel is about bringing people together, sharing sort of a fellowship. Not about dividing. Politics and religion divides. Oh, nice. Thanks, Janelle. You think you've seen that video? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've watched it a bunch of times. How do you become a moderator in here? Well, you are active in the channel, and we get to know you, and then when I need a moderator, I make you a moderator. That's how that works. We don't just dish out moderation around here. And when I say active in the channel, I mean you're not a tool bag. Unless your name is Grass. And then you're allowed to be a tool bag. I put a lot of trust in my moderators. My moderators have full control over who comes and stays in this channel. And moderators can make or break a channel. So I'm trying to build a channel. So I can't just give everybody moderation. I hope that makes sense. So, what we need to do today is we are going to... We have only one specially designated tool bag, right? And he's our favorite tool bag. He probably hasn't had enough to drink yet to appreciate this. What we need to do today is we need to get this top of this and the top of these to match the groove in the the cherry rails. Okay, they're going to sit like so. And then we'll get these cut down to size. We'll do whatever little fine tuning we need to do on the tongues and grooves and stuff to get them to fit proper. Some of these are a little tighter than others. And then we can dry fit. And then we can get the rails cut down to size once we have a happy place to go. Am I making a cabinet? No. I am making a rocking bassinet. I will show you guys I'll show you guys a picture of the inspiration. Okay? Yes, Steph, you are also allowed to be a tool bag. Oop, that's a little too big. All right. So this plan came from Woodsmith magazine. Okay. And we're just modifying it. We're keeping this overall mechanical design, right? The structural design. And we are throwing our own little twists on it. Okay, like we've beefed up the legs and the uprights. We're changing out this piece here, the little connector piece. So that is the overall design inspiration. Okay. And we are on what, day 7 of this, I believe. So we're making really good progress. We've got the end panels are here. They're ready to be sanded and cut. We've got our stiles, rails, and panels. Well, black walnut panels. We got there, here, and then these cherry pieces, these curly cherry, are the rails, top and bottom. So, and then this is the legs and feet. Okay. Beefed them up. 2 pieces of cherry with a little bit of curl. A little bit of curl in there. Not crazy curl. And then a piece of maple, which I believe is curly maple, thrown in there. Try to get it to not reflect all of the light, but still get you so you can see that little bit of curl. And then the same on the uprights. They're just much larger. And they've got a little more curl to them. And then the connecting piece between this and the upright is going to be a block of black walnut, maybe with a strip of maple thrown in. Just for aesthetics. So overall, it's a very simple design, but I've made it complicated because of the things that I want to do. And then once we have this bassinet box itself built, we will have the final sizing to put the stretcher together, which will be this curly cherry and curly maple up here. Thanks, Robert. Now, I was going to use my own design for this, but I haven't prototyped it, and I don't want to put somebody's child in something that I've never made to see if it was going to be good or not. So we took our inspiration from a known design that was published in a magazine. I've seen tons of people build them. There was one one locally that I got to go actually put my hands on and check it out. And I'm really happy with it. So, and he used it for one child and 2 grandchildren. So it's got to be a good design. I don't know what we're talking about, but that's where I jumped in. Steps the backup tool bag. All right, so that's what we need to do today. We need to get the top routed to fit in the cherry. And so what that's going to do is these are centered in the cherry, these are offset. They will sit flush on the inside, right? On the inside of the box. And on the outside there'll be a little reveal here. Okay. So it's going to be two different types of routing. One side will be able to do just fine, but the other side will have to readjust and get that taken care of. But so let me get my router table and look at this. Look at this. So my lumberyard has they have this thing called hobby wood. It's just a bin of like cutoffs and stuff, and that's where I got this, a lot of that up there, because I love getting these little cutoffs of stuff because these are super convenient. You know, if I just need a little piece of something, I can go, hey, I need a little piece of, 7/4 curly maple. I've got this. I don't have to go buy a big chunk of it and cut it down. I've got a little piece that I can use. And then I got some 9/4 black walnut, because why not? 2 chunks of it. Rough cut. I mean, you guys know me. I have this problem with collecting lumber, I guess. Like, I had to beef up my shelf so I could put more stuff on it. And now I'm probably going to have to beef it up again. So... little chunk of white oak. Don't know what I'll use it for, but I'll find something to use it for. Let's go take care of animals. Awesome. Awesome. We'll check you out here in a bit. Some little pieces of ambrosia maple. These, I have a ton of this stuff up here. I'm just going through and putting this stuff away. Well, half-ass putting it away. A couple of chunks of white oak. I only got this piece because it had this dark stripe in it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of nifty. Don't know what I'll use it for, but I liked it, so I bought it. Another piece of ambrosia maple. And then I got a bunch of this tongue and groove black walnut to go with the other stuff that I've got up there. This is what we're going to use for the bottom of the baby carrier thing. Oski Whiskey, how you doing, man? Thanks for popping in. No, we're not making a birdhouse. We are making a wooden bassinet, a rocking bassinet. We've been doing it for a week now, and today, hopefully, we are going to get everything for the side panels so we can do a dry fit. That is the goal. Thanks for popping in, bud. I appreciate it. A bassinet. Let me show you. Here, I have a picture for the inspiration design. Bloop. This is a bassinet. It's what you put a baby in. Put a baby in there, and looks really cool. That's our design inspiration and our base kind of model, and we're just making adjustments to it so it's not the same. Yep, that's what we're making. We are... So we've got the curly cherry rails done. They're not cut to length yet. We've got our uprights and our feet blanks taken care of. They're planed down to perfect sizing. Our curly maple stiles and our black walnut panels. Those are all done. That's what we're working on now, is getting those, the top groove cut down, and so that we can do a dry fit of all that, break those down to rough or final dimensions, and get the side panels dry fit, test fit, so we know how they work. And then, as I said before, then we have the final dimension for the length, and then we can glue up our stretcher piece and not be disappointed because it's too short. Storage unit for tiny humans. Hey, Dave, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't believe that outside of like shop class when I was a kid in high school, I don't think I've ever made a birdhouse. But a lot of you guys make birdhouses and stuff, and there's a lot of science that goes into that. Like different birds, like different styles and different things. Like, I really had no idea that there was so much involved with something as simple as a birdhouse. Now, one thing that I have to do is I have a bat house in the back of my property that is falling apart. And I need to redo that at some point. I have to take that one down and put up a new one. So that'll be something that I make later on. Hey, thank you, Oski. Oski Whiskey. I'm not familiar with your channel, but I'll definitely go and check you out afterwards. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Have yourself a great day and a good weekend. So we're going to hook up the shop vac, and this time turn it on. Maybe it'll be better. No, it won't, because we need to have this out. We got to put it underneath. We got to put it underneath because we're doing the groove. Or no, we're not. We're not doing a groove. We're done with grooves. Whoop. We're making tongues. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick with the same height that I have, because that is just a little shy of the depth of the tongue, or the groove. We're going to do a piece and we're going to dry fit it and we're going to see how it works out. I've got my test pieces here. So we'll do a piece and we'll dry fit it, see how it's going to work. And if I have to go a little deeper, I'll go a little deeper. But this will be really easy to set up. Basically, all we need to do for this side is take off that much on each side. That's it. Take off that much down each side, and this little bit that's a groove now will be a tongue and will be golden. I'm not plugged in, so don't freak out on me. we're going to try that. We're just going to sneak up on it. I don't want to take too much. That's what my parents named me. I mean, that's that's funny, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was probably funny. I found that funnier than it probably should have been, but it was pretty good. Alright. I'm going to clamp the router table down again. And, oh, goodness. I mean, that's fair. That's as good of an answer as any. I mean... You gotta go call your mom and find out why. I'm sorry, Amy. Not making fun of you or anything. It was a funny response. Dave, now I'm curious. You're gonna have to go call your mom and find out. Or dad, or your grandma, or whoever. Find out. We need answers now, Dave. We need answers. Oh, you're fine, Amy. You're fine. It was hilarious. I'm not making fun of you. It was a really funny response. Okay, so we're doing the arrow side. That's the side we're going to do. And this is going to get a little sketchy because I'm doing the end of it, but I think it was a comedian back in the day or something your dad was watching. I mean, that works. Okay. I'm going to make a little bit of noise. We're going to do one pass and see how it's going to fit. The guy in the lead of the Bassmasters, I believe almost 30 pounds. Nice. Nice. Man, he's catching some good fish. All right, we're going to see if we can do this without losing a finger. If it gets too sketchy, we'll change up what we're going to do. Okay? So, Sahil, how you doing? Yes, I am. I am from the USA. Brian, I just seen that friend request. I'll get that accepted here in a bit. 30 pounds 2 days in a row? Nice. Based on that name, I'm going to assume India? Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I very well could be wrong, but I'm taking a guess. Punjab. I don't know what that is. I am super sorry. I got stuck on the phone. No worries, man. No worries. Is that part of India? I don't know what it is either. It's in India? Okay. All right. Cool. I'm sorry. I realize India is a very large country. And I guess there are kind of like states, I guess. Like in the U.S. All right, I'm gonna make some noise real quick. We're gonna do one pass here, so bear with me. You got headphones in? Turn your volume down. Alright, I already see that I don't like that. My insert is not flush with my table, so I drop down into it. That is not going to be good. So we're going to have to change it to doing it this way. And that's a shame because we're damn near perfect. Damn near, like you see that tiny little bit right there? Damn near perfect. Brompton in Canada? I have no idea what that is. But if you look here, because my insert is not flush, there's where I drop down. Now, when I put that against the piece of cherry, there's going to be a gap there. And I don't want that. So, we're going to change it up to doing it flat so that I have much better control. Yeah, that is super shaggy. I didn't put any tape on it. Tape would have helped with that, but that's just, that'll come off with a little bit of sandpaper. It's not a big deal. Matey grit sandpaper hands. Yeah. So we're gonna change it up and do it flat. So we're gonna do a little bit more setup. It's fine. We should have done it flat in the first place. Doing it vertical was a terrible idea. So we know how tall we need to be, at least. So should be pretty easy to set. Just a hair over. That seems good. Now we need to be in that far. So let's pop the key out so we can't accidentally turn this on. Turn this blade so that it sticks out the furthest that it can stick out. Let's see. We need to move our fence back just a bit. I think that will be really close, if not perfect. All right, we're going to make another test pass on this end of the board. So, give me a few minutes, or give me a second. I'm going to make some noise, and I'll be right back with you. Oh, gotta put the key in. Can't turn it on without the key. Cleaned that up a lot. Now, let's check it on our cherry. Oh, hot dog, that is perfect. That is perfect for that side. See if I can get you to see this. That is perfect. Well, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Okay, so because we've got that one perfect, that means we can go ahead and we can do that edge on all of the maple and all of the black walnut. Okay, that side's perfect. So we'll be cutting this thicker edge of the black walnut, right? We'll just be cutting up here. And we're not going to do the bottom. We're going to use these pieces to reset the router later when we get these and the maples cut down to final length. And ideally, we would do all these cuts at one time. But if I make a mistake, I want to have a little bit of room that I can cut it off and start over without shorting myself and making the overall project small. That makes sense. I hope that makes sense for you guys. Let's lower you guys down a little bit here. I know this puts it in... You know what? I can put my little bendy neck on. Maybe I can give you guys a better view instead of kind of flat. Try to get you a... Hey, Christopher, how you doing, bud? We are making a wooden rocking bassinet. If you hang out for just a few minutes, I can show you a picture for our base design. I'm just putting the bendy neck thing on. I hate this bendy neck. It only works if I have it bent like that. Otherwise, the phone is too heavy and it'll just tip down or tip the whole tripod over. That's the most inconvenient part of this tripod. Have to make sure that the phone is facing one of the legs. Yeah, worst $20 we ever spent for sure. I mean, it works. It just takes so much effort to get it to work. You know what I mean? It's a lot of wasted effort. Okay, so let me show you guys one more time what the base model is. That is what we're building right there. That's the basic design. We're changing it. We're making our own. We're making it our own. But that's the basic design. Okay. There we go. Now I can get you guys a better view. Whoop. Tipping over. Still use mine with how crap the other one is I've tried? Yeah. No, this is for a very good friend of mine. He may or may not be in chat. He's having his first grandchild. And I decided that I wanted to do something for him. Because this is what I do. And it allows me to show you guys an actual piece of furniture build from start to finish. Try to get that view so it's not like in your guys' chat box, I guess. How's that? Is that better? You can see me work up here, and then if I lose a finger, you'll get great splatter effect. But I do sell woodworking. Like this is my company. Yeah, that definitely. My buddy, he has done a lot for a lot of different communities on YouTube. I don't know about his personal life, but he's done a lot, publicly for different YouTube channels. So it's kind of a way to pay it forward. Okay. So this is ready. Let's make a test cut on some black walnut, just so we know if it's gonna cause any crazy tear out, that we need to put a piece of tape on or something we need to know. We will call you Dan Seven Fingers. That's awesome. I would expect nothing less. So we're gonna do a piece on our test cut black walnut. We're gonna run it and see how it plays out with this, and see if we need to put tape on everything or not. Tape will add just a little bit of thickness, so you can tighten up these tongues. If they're just a hair loose, you put a piece of tape on it, and now it pushes the board away from the router bit that thickness, which can make it fit just a little bit better. Okay, so if that becomes, I don't think we have that issue right now. The other side will be where we get our fitment from. So let's run this. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna make some noise. Headphone users, beware. That actually comes out really well. So I cut this direction, and I didn't have any blowout. I did dip down a little bit at the end. You can see right there, there's that tiny little line. That was my fault. I dipped down instead of keeping my pressure here on the table. I allowed it to dip. That corner dropped down a little bit. That was my fault. I can definitely take care of that. But that little bit really won't affect the overall fitment of it. So I think we will be just fine. I haven't posted any videos yet, but you will soon. Do it. Do it. I will tell you what 700 different people told me. You can't have a YouTube channel if you don't put out a video. And one guy even told me that you can't have a good YouTube channel unless you make 100 crappy videos. So you gotta learn where you're at. Which, I mean, is solid advice. I definitely, it's good advice. Just like you can't make a piece of furniture unless you try. You have to try. You have to learn how to do this stuff. You got to make the mistakes, and every time you make the cut, you get a little better at it. Same in every aspect of a person's life. I am missing a whole bunch of maple and black walnut. No, I'm not. It's over here. Now, the maple, we actually might be able to flip it and do the same thing. Maybe. We're going to try it. We're going to see if we can make both cuts on the maple with one setting. Okay? Give me one more second. We'll make a little bit more noise. We are just a little shy. Just a little shy. We got that little tiny sliver there. But let's see if it fits. It fits. I mean, I haven't pushed it in all the way. It's a very tight fit, but it fits. And we're smooth. I mean, except for that little fuzzy bit there, but we have a smooth interface, which is what we need. So we can do both cuts on the maple right off the bat, which is awesome. Awesome. But we're just going to do it. We're not going to tape it off. We're going to do it. Steph, that'll be, we'll make a whiskey cabinet, a liquor cabinet here. One of these days. Yeah. If you sand it just a little bit, you'll be perfectly fine. Like I just scraped all that fuzzy off. Now you can see, which side is it? Right here. You can see I didn't stay flat with the fence, and I had this side tilted in, and it went into this little gap here where my bit is, which allowed it to dig in deeper. We don't want to do that. Now, what we can do is we have this nifty track and a really, really, really bad miter gauge, but it allows us that we can hold it flat and slide it through. So this is probably how we're going to do things. In fact, I wonder if I can... Well, it'll be all right. I'll just hold it. And slide through. I'll pull it back towards me with the handle and keep the wood down. We should be fine. I think it'll work out great. On that note, tape the ends, it will hold in place better. Yeah, but then I add thickness and I'm already a very tight fit. So, or are you talking about taping the end of the miter bar? What's that? I bet that would work, actually. Let me try it. One of these days, I'll go get a better miter bar. And when I say better, I just mean one that's adjustable. The factory ones are garbage. I think they're garbage even on a high-end saw. That's what she said. See if that fits in. That does fit in there, but now I got it too tight. Let me see if I can unwrap just one side there. Good gravy. This is what these live builds are all about. You guys get to see every step of the process, every mistake, every learning experience. I think we're going to throw a little wax on that tape as well. It actually does tighten it up significantly. Get my stuff back. This poor knife. Hi Rick, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, I appreciate it. Yeah. Man. There's a little lip in there that keeps catching my tape. I don't know. Maybe this will work out. We can get it in here. Alright, it's significantly better. And we only need to move this far anyway. There's on the edge here, there's a burr. Only 28 eggs today? Only! That's like $500,000. Okay, so. We're going to pick the tops of our boards. Which, this is going to be what we cut off. I don't want that. So, we're going to make 37 yesterday. Oh, man. You say you had like 60 chickens? Are they getting old, or is it just the wintertime thing? All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to do some routing here, okay? Headphone users, beware. It is going to be loud based on our prior polls. I'm not going to mute the stream. You guys have control over a volume button. So, I will be back. Oh, they're not laying yet, some of them. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, let's make some noise. Okay. There is one set with the grooves done for now. So we're going to move on to the next side. And then we have to go back and do the black walnut again on the thinner side. Okay? But before we do that, we will cut them to length so that we don't have to adjust our bit. We'll do all of that set of cutting, and then we'll adjust our bit to do the thin cuts on the black walnut. Some pretty curly maple. Where'd you pick that up from? My local lumber yard, Shetler Lumber. I love that place. Chicken tortilla soup. No. No, I want a casserole. She makes me dinner on Saturdays because I make her stuff. So. Oh, sausage tortellini spinach soup. That sounds great. That sounds great. Yeah, they have an amazing. It's just a little. I mean, it's a rather large lumber mill. Excuse me, but they're just a little small town. They're in a very small town, probably less than 1,000 people in that town, and they're open on Saturday mornings. So they're open from 9 to noon, and if you want something, they will either already have it or they will get it for you in relatively quick fashion. And sometimes they do run behind. You know, they've got other customers. It's not just me. Right, Robert? That is crazy. Although to be fair, it took me. We've got a couple of mills around here, like not Amish mills. I mean, we've got a lot of Amish mills too, but we've got a couple of hardwood mills, lumber yards, and I went to almost every single one of them. And Shetler's, my local one, they are the best priced and best quality, I think, that I can find. But so, what state am I in? I'm in Northwest Pennsylvania, up by Lake Erie. You're in West Virginia? Oh, nice, Robert. Robert, do you know where Flatwoods is? I don't know where you're at on West Virginia, but if you take 90 down from PA, Flatwoods is like on 90. It's a tiny little town. Awesome. I got a cabin there in Flatwoods, up past the prison, out in the middle of the woods. It takes me like a half hour to get to Walmart, which is crazy that tiny little town has a Walmart, but, you know, sweet. That's right, 79. 79 goes up and down. 90 goes across. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Not far from you? Well, shit. When I'm heading down there again, I'll look you up. We'll have to hang out or something. You're just outside Charleston? Nice. Hi, Julie. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. What's that little town that's got the Bigfoot festival like every, I don't know, what is it, every April? You're from Weston. There's a little town down there. I love to go to the Bigfoot festival. It's so cool. They've got they got like it's like a giant chair with some kind of a weird moth looking thing, maybe. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. It's not Mothman. That's on the other side of West Virginia. Or that's up towards the top. Sutton. Yeah, Sutton. I like that. That place, like the Bigfoot Festival, like they shut down that whole little town and just the Flatwoods Monster. That's it. If you guys want to check out something that's kind of, it's kind of cool. Like, look up the Flatwoods Monster, and it's, I mean, if you're into like Bigfoot and aliens and things like that, it's pretty cool read. If you're not into any of that stuff, then maybe you'll make fun of the drawings or something. But it's the stories around it are kind of interesting, and that town latched onto that thing, and it's kind of become the town's identity. That and Bigfoot, obviously. I've got a couple pictures on the outside of town. There's this big chair that you can sit in, and they got the Flatwoods Monster designed into it. It's really cool. I know it's soon. Is it April? Or is it May? I can't remember. It's usually about the time I go down. Then, and then my favorite wine comes from there, comes from West Virginia. I'm not sure exactly where it's made. It's a Regal Cherry red wine. It's very, very good. Whitehall. What's the name of the hardwood dealer? My hardwood dealer? Summit Hardwoods, I believe. Let me see. Do they have it on the receipt? Oh, Shetler Lumber. I'm sorry. There's my... Well, you guys can't see shit because it's backwards. Shetler, not Summit. Good Lord. Yoink. So there... Oh, well, there's my pricing, but whatever. There's the information for my lumber mill. Try to cover up all my nonsense. Spent $222 today. To be fair, those two chunks of lumber, that white maple and or that white oak and that black walnut, were a big piece of that. It's like $68 and $45. Yeah, if you're even relatively local to me, let me know. They do all kinds of stuff too. They'll do like trim and tongue and groove and stuff like that. But I don't know that they do anything exotic there. It's the only thing I've ever seen there is local lumber, like local hardwoods. But I've never asked them about it. You're in New Jersey? Oh, that's quite a haul, but could be worth it, I guess. When I think about it, I'll make sure I bring out one of their price lists, and it may or may not be current. I don't remember, but close to B Run or Gerald R. Freeman camping areas. I'll be honest, I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the area down there. I'm not really familiar with the area. I know we're up past the prison. We go way out, and we're on top of the mountain, or on top of a mountain. First thing I do when I get there is I set my hammock up between two trees, and I got a nice view over the valley and up the other side to the next mountain. And I sit there with a case of beer, relax. What's up, New Beginnings? How you doing, man? Thanks for popping in, bud. I appreciate it. New Beginnings is another one of the Good Craftsman channels you guys should check out if you're into this kind of stuff. If I can get him to post a comment on that community post I did. It'll be easier for you guys to find them. Yeah, I know, Robert. Everything's on a mountain or a valley. That's the entire side of the state is mountain or valley. You're either on top of it or below it. That's it. But we ride side by sides and wheelers down there a lot, and it's a lot of fun. You go for miles and miles and miles on what some of the locals will call a highway that is barely a road, like barely a dirt lane. But all right, guys, I'm gonna run through this next set of styles and panels, and if you noticed when I was checking them out, I would compare the panels to the previous one because we're going for a grain match down both sides. That's the goal. So I have to be careful how I mill it. So we're gonna run through these real quick and make some more noise. I really don't like the way that one looks. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna cut that end off. All right, we're gonna make some more noise, so bear with me for a few minutes here while I run through these. Chat amongst yourselves, keep yourselves occupied. I'll be right back with you. Elk River Trail. I will look that up for sure. Actually, you know what? Can I take a screenshot? Hey, I can screenshot. Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely look that up. Okay. I'm going to make some noise here. Headphone users, beware. Had a little unhappy blowouts on there, so we had to change it up, do different sides, but it's okay. All right, let's see what chat has to say. What are y'all talking about? New Beginnings talking about down in Flatwoods is where I have a cabin. And Sutton has the Flatwoods Monster and the big Bigfoot Festival and stuff. This is called the Trail Kitchen. There's no set prices. You pay what you want. Really? That is interesting. Now, if you notice, I was going really slow and I burned a lot. But I'm also taking a really big bite out of this, and I should be taking this in like multiple passes. So, but I'm ready to assemble it. Like I want to do it. I want to do it right now. So it's my fault. It's fine. It's fine. We can make it. But I don't want any blowout on these edges because you'll see that, right? You'll see that. It'll be ugly, and here, you'll see that. It won't look right. It'll look stupid. I don't want it to look stupid. So, here we are. Now, the burns inside here, they don't matter. They're not going to matter. That's where I'm gluing everything together, so we should be pretty solid. Now, what we can do is cut them to length. So, make sure chat's not frozen. I don't know that I've ever been to Trail Kitchen. We usually ride from Flatwoods down to Sutton Lake, and all around, and then there's this little pizza shop that we'll stop at. It's with it's like a gas station, pizza store, little kind of odds and ends in there, and the wine that I get, what's it called? White Hill? I think it's White Hill. Regal Red Cherry, my favorite wine. My favorite sweet wine. Anyway, every time I go down there, I buy a couple of bottles. And by couple, I mean every one that they have. So, we're done making noise for the moment. All right? Well, we're done making router noise for the moment. We're going to make table saw noise here right quick. I mean, let's be honest. We have to cut all of these black walnut and maple pieces down to length. And then we got to do this again on the opposite side. And then we have to readjust our blade, our bit, and do the black walnut, the little skinnier side. So, bear with me for a moment while I get things situated and cleaned up, and grab a drink because it is 1 o'clock on a Saturday and I don't have a koozie that's got anything in it. So, let's do purple today. What's purple? Purple sounds cool. It's like after a long day at work, get to come home, that sound. Oh, It's my favorite sound. Don't panic, guys. It's only beer. It's got next to no alcohol in it. Calm down. Oh. Don't want to mix that piece up. That end is junk. We want that end. Okay, let's take all of these over here so they don't get messed up. Heavy. Running out of places to put stuff. I'll just put this stuff on the floor. Slide that back a little bit. We'll get y'all turned over. Whew. That's the other thing I don't like about putting this bendy neck on here is Alright, let's see. What sizes do we need? What length do we need? We need about 10.5 inches. 10.5 inches. Where is my tape measure? Who didn't put my tape measure away? Clearly wasn't me. Okay. 10.5 inches. To be honest, it really doesn't matter how long these are, as long as they are all the same length. So if we make them all 10.5 inches, counting our slot, our tongue, and that means it will all be about 10 inches of visible space. Okay, so 10 inches plus, what are these, 6 inches? That gives us an overall depth of about 16 inches. That's probably pretty good, right? You don't want it to be too deep to get to the baby. You'll be able to put your pretty little pillows and stuff in there for the baby to play with or people to see or whatever. I think that's pretty good. Maybe we'll bump it up to 11 inches, and then we'll end up with a 10.5 inch side. Let's do that. We'll go to 11 inches. So, what I need to do is really convenient that edge of this back piece here is at 11 inches from the edge of my saw blade. So, let us put a stopper there. Bop, bop, bop. Man, I got rid of all my scrap chunks. Do I not have any more cedar scrap pieces out here? Goodness. Fine. Ooh. Almost knocked my whole pile of lumber over. Found a piece of cedar. That's far too flexible. Okay, I'm gonna make a whole different set of noises now. 3, 2, 1, go! Needed a little stop block to put right there so that we can make everything the same way. Now, I need a little screw because I'm just going to screw this thing right fast. I think I've probably got a junky screw in this toolbox over here. There we go. Little junky Phillips. Lost it. Found it. Do I have a Phillips bit anywhere? Should have a ton of them. Found one.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. A little bit of gap underneath there so that sawdust can go out, so I don't bind it. End up cutting stuff 1/8 of an inch too short, 1/16 or too short, whatever. Let me check on chat here, see if it's frozen. Nope, it's not frozen. You guys are just super quiet. That's okay. It's all right. I love those magnetic koozies. So, we should be able to make a test cut. Just watching the live action. Looking at an Easter bunny shot sect in hollow chocolate but what? How much of that bottle of vodka have you been into? Look at that. 11 inches. Counting our tongue. Okay? That's important that we're counting the tongue. So we're going to take that same thickness off of this end. Bailey's? Alright, fair enough. We're going to be taking that same thickness off of the other end, which, if we take it off of here, now, that puts us at just over 10 or just at 10 3/4. So that tongue there must be just a hair shy of 1/4 inch, which means the other side will be about the same. So that should put us at a 10 1/2 viewable area. Okay? I didn't have Bailey's this morning in my coffee. I had Di-Serrano cream. I'm not a cream person in my coffee. Black, 3 sugars, 4 sugars if it's a really stout coffee. But tell you what, that blueberry coffee, Steph, with a little bit of Di-Serrano, mint. Absolutely perfect. Creme de menthe would be good in a hollow bunny. I like that we're all adults here and we understand. We understand the important things in life. You go to work, you come home, you do your thing, and then you get to have adult fun. Hey, Ricker, how you doing? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Hey guys, Ricker is another one of those great creator channels. Check him out too. If you guys want, I have that community post. We can get people to post on there, like just a little bit about yourself, what you do, and maybe we can kind of get the communities and a little bit of cross viewership going here. Maybe introduce people to different channels they don't know about, and make it easy. Instead of posting links in chat here on the vertical format, which doesn't work unless you're on a computer, you can just go right to that one community post and go through. And I don't know if YouTube lets you post links, but they do let you post tags. Loose mic? Oh, I don't know. I don't have a mic in. Sorry, I just blew whatever sawdust was in there. But if you go in there and you can like tag different channels and stuff, so that'll be super awesome. Maybe we can get some stuff going. I know Runic and Janelle. And they're both very good channels. Doing okay. Sold 6 bee traps. Nice. Nice. Hang on 1 second. Oh. Oh, the Easter Bunny shot. Okay. Holy cannolis. Why do I have so many? There we go. It was weird, connected to something Bluetooth. Oh. I don't know. I could... Let's turn Bluetooth off. Just in case, like, a neighbor was trying to get something going. Yeah, exactly, Janelle. So then, and it's there. It's just there. So you don't have to go back searching through chat on a video or stuff. Oh, it was your phone. Oh. All right. Nice, Ricker. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad you're getting some sales under your belt. That's really good. That's great. And yeah, Janelle, then you don't have to go through comments and stuff. You can just click somebody's icon. Yeah, Steph, that looked like a good shot. I'd drink one of those. Are you saying you want me to bring over Di-Serrano for you? Or the blueberry coffee? Well, I reply to every comment. Bee traps were your first ever sale last year? Awesome. Awesome. I've never made a bee trap, so... And I missed your live. For some reason, I don't get notifications very often. I'm definitely subscribed to you, though. I know that for sure. But I do bounce between this channel and my other channel quite a bit. So I'm subscribed to different people on different channels. Like this one, I try to keep all creators, craftsmen kind of thing. And, oh, you think you figured out the notification thing? Oh, I've got a few minutes. Why don't you go ahead and educate me here? This notification thing is pissing me off. Let me grab a drink. Also, if you notice, this I'm wearing a bright orange shirt today. So this was the softball team that I sponsored last year for a Helping Hands tournament, and they didn't win, but it wasn't about winning. It was about raising money for a local worthy cause. So with no admin fees, it's if they raise $30,000, the person or persons got $30,000. So screenshot. Do I have simple syrup? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Plus you can make it. It's what? Water and sugar. I don't have any Baileys. No Baileys. The closest thing to Baileys that I have is that Di Serono creme. Creme. C-R-E-M-E. Creme. Got you, Ricker. I will definitely look into that. Because this whole not getting notifications thing is super annoying. Also true, life. I mean, you know what? So now I'm gonna steal both of those. Screenshot. I didn't know I could screenshot during the live, so that's new. I'm gonna steal both of those, and I think I'm gonna make them a shirt. See, I've been going through my subscriptions and going to everybody's thing and clicking the little bell, right? And then click all for notifications. But I know I haven't gone through everybody yet. Thinking a whiskey cabinet hangs on the wall? What a coincidence, Robert. I'm going to be making a whiskey cabinet shortly. Should we have a build-off? Everybody out there is probably way more efficient at building things than I am. So speed is definitely not on my side. After someone needs a bassinet, they definitely need a whiskey cabinet, right? Right? You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. All right, so we got our stop block here, which just happened to be the end of my rear fence. And we've got 20 boards to cut to length. So it should be pretty quick. Slap it down, cut it through, move on to the next one. right? So hopefully I'm not going to be blowing out eardrums for new people coming in. They can turn the volume down really fast. Well, Steph, go pick up, if you're going to the store, pick up some simple syrup. I mean, you can make it. It's literally water and sugar. But, I mean, you can just pick it up. Then I don't have to bring you over my bottle. Wait, I'll be honest. I may or may not have much left in that bottle. You want to figure out a way to speed up bee traps? Only thing I could do is make some measurement jigs. So all I got to do is lay them down on it and mark. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I used to make a jig for everything that I built so that I could... the first one would take me the longest. And then the logic was, after that first one is perfected and I build a jig out of it, the rest of them I should be able to pump out like no tomorrow. And then I have, in my basement, the old shop, I now have 800 different jigs that I will never use again. So, jigs are definitely nice, but I had to learn that there's a happy medium in the amount of jigs you need. Like doing this bassinet thing, I'm probably only ever going to make the one. So I'm not going to build a jig for it. Yeah, definitely. For drilling out multiple holes, a jig is way more efficient. Put one on the front, one on the back. Okay. I'm going to make some cuts here real quick. Let's angle you guys down so you can see the saw instead of my big stupid face. All right. Let's see how badly we mess this up. All right. We're going to be wasting very little black walnut. That's good. Like a 1/4 inch off the black walnut. That is awesome. Okay. Gonna make some noise here. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm gonna make some noise here. So before I cut these last ones, I'm going to keep these little cutoffs, right? Because these I can use as miter splines and things. I mean, all right. Gonna make another set of cuts. More noise. All right. That's it for the table saw for the moment. For the moment. All right. We will have to cut down the cherry styles or cherry rails. We'll have to cut those down to size. God, look at these. These are kind of perfect, right? Like, that's our cutoff from the black walnut. With that tiny little bit. Tiny little bit. That's going to make some gorgeous miter splines. Things like maple, really nice maple, and black walnut, I am definitely a pack rat at keeping because those are excellent contrasting colors. Okay? They are amazing contrasting colors, and they are hard. So, one hole in a split key ring. God dang it. Look at that, you know. You got a little notch on it. Why? Because why not? Make them a little thinner. You can make it a bookmark. Put a little tassel on it. All right, let me look at chat here. Came off to the store. Have fun, Seth. Rolls, bread, or cornbread? Fucking cornbread. Oh my god. Is that even a question? Yeah, she makes dinner for me like every Saturday. And, because, you know, I fucking do a lot of shit for her for free. That's her payment for all the wood stuff that I give her. She makes me food. Put up a poll on what Saturday dinner is going to be. Listen, meat, potatoes, and a vegetable. That's literally. I mean, come on now. You've known me for like. Fuck. It's been like 15 years you've known me. You don't know that I like meat, potatoes? Like, that's it. Meat, potatoes, and a vegetable, and I'm a fucking happy guy. On occasion, we can throw in a little bit of variety and make a casserole or a soup or dino nuggets. I'm a simple man. All right. Now we got to make a bunch more noise on that thing. Fuck is that thing? Oh, the router table. Yeah, router table. So, we are still set up to do the big joint, the big route, right? Now, if we mess up on these, things get a little sad. So let's not mess up on them, right? Things will get sad, and you might see a grown man cry. Hang on, I gotta move my table saw back. It's kind of, everything's kind of squeezing its way down here, and I don't like it. I got all this room here for cleaning up the shop all the time. Okay. I got myself so much room that I don't even normally tear down the table saw anymore. But now it's starting to annoy me because it's out here in the middle of the open. Alright. Alrighty. So, we're still set up to do the big routers, routing, that thing, that stuff, those mabobs. Such a nice fit. Oops. Let's see what chat says. 15 of you here watching. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So, we're going to... How's my phone? Is my phone charged? Hell yeah, my phone's charged. We don't need this anymore. I got that Samsung fast charger. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Try to make you guys all seasick with this bouncy neck thing. You guys are in the way over here. I don't like it. Let's put you over here. How's that work out? Let's see if we can give you a decent view. You suck at just meat. Where the fuck is grass at? Where? I'm sorry, Steph. I'm sorry. You said it. I'm sorry. Grass, where are you? You rat bastard. All right. We got this end done, right? That side's done. We got to do that side. I mean, yes, they're fuzzy. They need to be cleaned up. That doesn't matter. You need to do this end. So let's not fuck it up. Or screw it up, mess it up, whatever. Let's not do it. Giggity. Thanks, Janelle. I seen those, Janelle. You can't retract them now. I don't think it really matters. Okay, we have one more router cut to make. That's going to be the shallow cut on all of the black walnut pieces. Okay, so we've got to set our machine up to do that, which is a simple depth change. And then we will do a test fit and see how things work. And decide if we're going to have a really big fire and start over, or if we can make it work. Okay? So, yeah, Robert, I love my router table. I mean, not this table. This table sucks. But, I mean, it does what it's intended to do well. But the fence is awful. Oh, it's awful. And this thing, the insert here doesn't fill the hole, so you can drop down or spike down, and then you have to lift up, and then you mess up your edge, and it's annoying. And like this one, so this bolt can't move over any further. Okay, so this side, this plastic piece is starting to curl out a little bit, which means that as I push in, I have to make sure that when my board hits that, it pushes it flat. Otherwise, I'm going to change my depth. But, yeah, don't want to scare off the newbies. It does, for a entry-level table saw, it's very good at what it does. This one doesn't have adjustable. This one is one speed only. Yeah, this one's off and on. If it was adjustable, that would be awesome. But this one is just off and on. In fact, this was my only router that I had for a very long time, like years. I would take it out of the table, I would use it, I'd put it back in the table to use it on the table, and then it became so much effort back and forth that I bought me this one, which is super convenient. And then I bought the new DeWalt plunge router that's battery operated, which I've only used a handful of times, and I rather enjoy it, to be honest. I like it. So we've got to set up to cut this tiny little groove right there. Sorry for the dirty fingers, guys. Like I said yesterday, my entire day was spent working on diesel trucks, and that diesel oil gets everywhere. It's going to be with me for days. So it's not that I'm a grungy some gun, because I mean I am, but my day job is getting dirty. Giggity. The big Hercules router, it's nice, but your palm router gets more use. Yeah, my palm router gets way more use. I never checked out the Hercules stuff. I'll be honest, I keep forgetting that Harbor Freight is actually doing really well. Dirty fingers mean hard work, right? Exactly it, Alan. Alright, this is going to be probably really annoying for you guys because I have to adjust it from this side. But I can see what I'm doing. Okay. It's workshop. Thanks. Greetings from Bulgaria and Europe. Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Greetings from Pennsylvania in the US of A. Alan, we are this close to either having a fire or dry fitting something. So. Chores are done? Yeah, get to that fishing hole. Do it. We are going to make the last. We got to do 2 passes on top and bottom to match this groove here. Then we can dry fit. And I'm super excited. And when we dry fit, I'll try to like just clamp everything together, bang it all together, and then spray it with some isopropyl alcohol, so you guys can get a good kind of view of what the grain will look like. But before I do that, I have to step outside because I've been in here for the last, 3 hours, 2.5 hours, and I've had 3 cups of coffee and a beer, and that means I need to go to the little boy's room. So, hi Phantom, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Guys, I will be back in just a few minutes, okay? Yeah, Alan, it is. I'm very excited about the progress of it. It's going a lot faster than I thought, which makes me a little nervous. But it is what it is. So I'll be right back, guys. Give me just 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. And I looked at the bottle. It's Di Serono Velvet Cream Liqueur. Pooping. Please wait a moment. I don't think we're going to do that. You have 110 volt in USA? Yeah, we have 110 here. We also have 240 or 220, whatever you want to call it. But most of our stuff is 110. Everything in this shop right now is 110. 11,000 RPM. Yeah, that sounds about right. This one says 25,000 on the side of it, which seems a little excessive. Is it with the pervasives? That is a big word, and I have no idea how to pronounce it, but I have no idea. Okay. We're going to do the last 2 passes on our black walnut pieces, and then we're done with the router for now. In fact, we may be done with the router permanently. But let's get done. We can't do it if we don't do it. Yeah. Get my stuff organized here. Let me grab this other stack. Go. All right, I'm going to mix make some more noise. Yeah, that is the radio. Yeah, it seemed a little quick, doesn't it? Like, you can't put any big bits on there. You'll blow them apart. You'll be breaking the sound barrier when you get a bigger bit on there. Okay, gonna make some noise, guys. Headphone users beware. Fancy way of saying shit trolling. Okay, yeah. Yeah, for sure, Robert. Definitely an accident waiting to happen. Um, they do, as you mentioned, they do make a speed controller, which would be really handy to put on here. Um, Car guy, has any of my pieces of wood literally exploded? Yes, yes, and when it happens, it is scary as hell. Um, I have had panels explode in the planer. That's actually my second planer, my second DeWalt. The first one, when a panel exploded, it actually broke the planer. Yeah, that's true, Robert. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do on the maple pieces, for sure. Um, then I've had... Now, the only panels I've ever had explode was very highly figured stuff when I was sending it through the planer. I took too big of a bite, and as you guys seen with the white oak over here, that figured grain is not strong. It's extremely weak. Thanks, John Doe. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, buddy. No, I did have a piece. I did have a piece break on me on the jointer. Jointer's back here on the floor right now. I've had a piece break out on me on the jointer. It was figured grain, so there was no good direction to go with it, and so half of it I was going against the grain, and the other half I was going with the grain, and sorry, a piece of chunk of black walnut in my mouth. And when I got to about the center where the grain kind of curled, the router bit grabbed that chunk and then fucked or not the router bit, but the bit on, or the blade on the jointer grabbed that and broke it out, sent everything all helter-skelter. That was the scariest moment ever, because I make no secret of using that jointer and using a router are the two scariest tools that I have in this shop, because once something goes wrong, you don't have a chance. Like, by the time your brain realizes that something is wrong, you're missing fingers, right? It's not like a bandsaw where it's going to hurt the entire time it happens, or the table saw where you might slice yourself pretty good, or I mean, I guess if you're really going, you can cut a finger off, but I've usually only ever cut myself. A jointer and a router, that is really fast. You're losing fingers. Can you put me in timeout? What the fuck? Put yourself in timeout. I don't know. Yeah, that's always a good looking stuff, Robert. For real. But I mean, you have to. It's easy to work. I mean, it's not. It's more difficult to work. You just have to know what you're doing. You've got to be able to adapt to it. So instead of being aggressive in the planer, you have to take really little bites. I don't know, Janelle. I don't know. I mean, you are capable of putting yourself in timeout by scrolling up. That works. And it's less inconvenient for everybody else. I'm just saying, you have that ability. No Jello pudding pops. How many people will time you out from asking nicely? I here. Okay, bye, Bill. Nice knowing you. I hope you win your challenge. The stupidest fucking challenge I've ever heard of, but to each their own. Hi, car guy. That's gotta be. I don't. What the fuck? Are kids these days really that bored? Is this really what we've come to? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. They ate fucking Tide Pods for 6 months. So much so they had to put a freaking lid on it and a warning to not eat it. Should really get rid of warning labels. 2 years. I think 2 years. If we got rid of warning labels, the problem would sort itself out. Did you miss something? Yeah, that and pissing in litter boxes. Good lord. Fucking children. I had a dustpan. Hey, found my dustpan. I mean, it takes all kinds, I guess, but I mean, I'm not saying that when I was a kid we did anything intelligent, but we didn't have the internet. Got grossly trolled last night. I don't even know how people would troll your channel. Like, you got one of the chillest fucking channels out there. I need to put down a piece of plastic. That's what I need to do. I need to put down a piece of plastic because I don't want to get any of this, whatever the hell's on this table. You're shopping and only half listening. I don't know, some kid came in here with Bill Cosby for a name, asked to be timed out. I don't know. Said it was a challenge. Which then got me into, you know, old man brain. Which, you know, get off my yard, get off my lawn type of thing. Going Dexter on it. Like, oh man, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's wrong with kids these days. Though, like I said, when I was a child, we were pretty feral. We, in fact, right about this time of the day on a Saturday, if you were home, you better be sick. Otherwise, you were doing everything under the sun. And even if you were sick, you were still doing everything under the sun. You got to, I don't know, I guess my generation, we were the street light generation. You go outside, you have breakfast, you get outside, come back for lunch, maybe, you're feeling it, and then go away. And then, once the street lights come on, your ass better be in the house. That was my generation. You ain't that old. I'm fucking old enough, apparently. Fucking kids. Are you going old man mode? Fuck. Alright, we're just going to arbitrarily pick a spot to drive these things in. We are going to do our first dry fit. Oh, some of these are so fucking tight. Damn. Some of these don't fucking fit in there. These will fit. Those are backwards. They need to go this way. Ah! Some of these are really tight. I'll have to do some sandpaper work. Yeah. How old am I? I'm 40 this year. Fucking old enough. Yeah, that's... We definitely don't like them tight when they're dry. I mean, definitely don't like them dry. I think that's where you were going with it. Oh, I never did sandpaper work on these. So what I need to do is I need to sand this. I do a bit, sand these grooves, and I need to sand these grooves a little bit. But not all of them, only some of them. Because we want a good friction fit, but we don't want to hammer them together. That is not ideal. Oop. 40, those were the days. You'll be 46 in September? Nice, Ricker. Approaching grass territory, right? 47 in a month? That's what he said. Yeah, Janelle, neighbors that beat your ass, and then they tell your parents when you got home to get your ass whooped again. Tight, dry, and friction fit. I mean, a little too friction. All right, so I need to get something that is that size. Need to get something that's that size. Do I has a little piece of something? Look at that. Two of these little offcuts is exactly the right size for this. Now, you know what we could have done, which would have been probably a little more difficult, maybe, is you can do the spline thing, right? So you would cut a groove down this piece, and you would cut a matching groove down all these pieces, and you would just you would fit a piece in that groove, and then you would lock them all together, and that would be your tongue and groove. Like, so you would cut two grooves, and that would be your tongue. Hi, Russian guy, I think. Yeah, we definitely did, Janelle. We had a good culture with appropriate ass whoopings. Yeah, I made it better, but not quite good enough. What's your thoughts on the whole Ukraine thing? I don't have any thoughts on it. It doesn't affect me one way or another. The powers that be are going to decide when we go to war because they're not the ones that have to fight it. So, a bunch of old people in charge that we have all voted for in one fashion or another. I'm not a big politics fan in general. Oh, you were asking the Russian person. Okay, that makes more sense. You make video, oak, CNC, girl? Okay. I agree, Ricker. I wholeheartedly agree. There would be a ton less war. Well, I mean, if, let's be perfectly honest, if leaders had to follow their own stupid rules, they'd rethink how they do it. But Janelle makes a valid point. We really shouldn't discuss it because none of it has anything to do with woodworking except for now I can't get proper Baltic birch. War is good for the economy. Ending a war is also good for the economy. I mean, look at World War I, World War II. The great economic booms when all the GIs came home. Also, huge population booms. Or any laws at all, right? Hey, gum. open this up that freaking much. Man, that one just has to be difficult, doesn't it? That one's a great fit. That one's a bit tight. It's just a bit tight. We can clean that one up. That one is going to take us a little bit of extra effort. What's up, Runic? How you doing? Thanks for popping in, bud. I appreciate it. That in there. A little high in the center. Don't go in that way though. That's all that matters. So we're gonna put, yeah. You know what? I really hope that these rails are wide. These rails were longer than they needed to be. That's fine. Ooh, that's tight. Oh. Uh-oh. About 58. Nice. I got my dang heater on. I'm sure you can hear the thing over there just a ticking away. We're just doing our sanding up so we can get our dry fit done here, Runic. Nice. Nice. That'll be awesome, man. That'll be awesome. I look forward to it. Still just a wee bit tight, but I'm gonna try to wiggle them into place so they that's a very solid fit. That's a little too tight for glue, but It'll need some TLC for sure. So we're not going to lock this together on these tighter fit ones. We're going to leave them a little bit open. But at least we can get a general idea. That one, though, that one is redonkulous. That is tight as shit. Some of these are going to need a little bit more work. That one slide right in there. That slide in there. Oh, it's a beautiful fit. So, we'll mark out the ones that we need to work on. At least we can get the majority of them, get them all test fit and see what we need to do. That one's not a bad one. It actually goes in there kind of nice. Take a little bit of sand in here. Voted matte, yeah. Matte's my personal choice. But. Oh, that's a much better fit. All right, so. This piece goes in there. This one goes in her. Oh, that's a good fit. Try to wiggle that down. Oh. Gotta open it up a little bit at the bottom. That one is definitely not going to go in there. That will need a lot more work. That one's a good fit. Open that up just a little bit. Top rail. Which will be a whole nother set of sanding. So, I better get busy sanding, eh? I sand wood before I add wood glue to it. Depends on what you're doing. Like, are you... Generally, no. You can. Well, I mean, like these panels, I'm not going to glue this together until I sand each one of these pieces because I have different heights. And getting in there to sand in the, where the maple meets the black walnut and the cherry meets the black walnut will be damn near impossible. So, in stuff like that, where you're going to have a little corner or whatever, then no, yes, you want to sand beforehand. If you're just gluing up a block, no, sanding's not necessary. The sanding isn't going to help it bond better. But you do want two flat surfaces, or at least relatively flat, to glue together. But here's how we're getting there so far. Once I get all these worked out so that everything can fit together here, we'll spray it with alcohol and you guys can see the grain jump out. Give you guys a quick preview. But until then, I'm just going to be here doing a little hand sanding, opening up these gaps that need to be opened up. Yeah, chatting with you guys. And all I'm doing to open this up is I got a little offcut and I wrapped a piece of 120 around it. I'm just ramming it in the just sanding the groove. Alright, let's start with this. We're going to loosen this groove up a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Janelle, there is woodworking mallets where you basically glue up chunks of wood, right? You get a couple blocks together, make up your fancy head that you want, and then you can either cut it out in like a hammerhead shape and then glue in a handle. You drill a hole through the middle and or you take 4 pieces of wood, right? And you put 2 in the center, around a hole, and then another piece here, and then another piece on the outside. And you put a mallet handle through that, and you put wedges in the end, in the top to hold it in place. It's for woodworking. So, Dan in the dirty shop. It's still really dirty, but I've only been working on one project out here, so we're really limited on our mess making. Been doing this for a week now, and before that I messed up my lumber order, so I was just not doing stuff, and that meant that I had to clean Oh, that is a beautiful fit. That is perfect now. That like clicks together. Oh. Perfect. All right. The one we really got to work on is some of these tenons down here. Some of them are like the maple, they're a little loose, but it's fine because they're held in by the maple, or the black walnut is a little loose, so it's held in by the maple and the cherry, so it doesn't really matter, and it's a tight fit here, and it'll be butted up against another one that's a tight fit there, so it'll be sandwiched and be able to move a little bit as need be. But stopping to think it's possibly funnier than you're actually saying it. I mean, all right. That one is too tight. Loosen that one up. Moving on to the fitment portion of the evening. Hope y'all enjoy it. That's a pretty good fit, really. That's not bad. Too bad it was backwards. That's not a half bad fit, but I realize now where my mistake was. I can run some of these across the router again. So when I was setting these up, I didn't account for a little bit of space. I set them up for a very tight fit, which is not what we really need here. I mean, we do need a tight fit, but we need it to be a little bit loose so we can get glue in that joint. The tighter that joint is, when you drive it together, the more of that glue is just going to get pushed to the bottom of the joint. And that is not what we want. We want a glue surface, glue to hit all the flat edges, but not squeeze out, right? We don't want glue to come out the front. The back is fine. We can fix the back. We can sand that. But we don't want glue here. But we do want glue in those uprights and on that little bit of a flat. The same on the bottom. We want glue on all three of these sides. The bottom edge doesn't matter because it's a gap. But realize now what I did wrong. And that's going to take a week of Sundays. It's going to take a week of Sundays to get those all. See, these two middle ones are fine. It's these two end ones that are more problematic. Let's see. Will the two end ones, or two middle ones, go into the top row? Let's find out if they will go in there. Yes, they will. They will need to be clamped, right, so that I can close up all the gaps, but it will fit in there. So it's the end ones that are the problem. particularly that one. Good gravy. Okay, so we will. Oh! Well, congratulations! It's complete. I think what we're going to do is we're going to work on these V's a little bit instead of trying to get those whittled down. You know what? No. Nope. Break out the router. We're going to set that up. We're going to take care of those end ones again. It's super quick. We don't have to worry about sanding a whole bunch. We just need to trim a little bit off. That's all we need to do. So we won't even. We're not even going to clamp it down. We're not going to hook up the vacuum. We just need to do a little bit. Nailed it. All right. Let's do this real quick. Then we can fine tune the sanding. All right, make some noise. Much better. Much better. Okay. Let's do that. This piece. Okay, we're going to do the same. I don't know why it's the end pieces. We're going to do the same to this end. Much better. Well, let's make sure. These pieces will fit in there as well. Leave these ones on one side. Those ones should go in now with a little bit of sand. All right. Okay, I'm back. Hey Santorian, how you doing? Sorry, my chat was frozen. Like watching cartoon wheels turning around his head. Santorian, my day's going really good. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Nice, Santorian. That's great. Good profit, bud. All right, now let's see if we can't get this thing to actually be dry fit together. Somewhere along the way, I nicked my wood on the inside here. Make sure I don't have anything else in there that's goofy and stupid. All right. So we need dun dun dun. Oh, so much better. So much better. Oh. Oh, it's so much gooder. needs to be opened. This one needs to be opened a little bit. So much gooder. All right. Is that the right way? Yeah. Oh, that's the right way. Okay, so we need these to be lined up, set together. Then I need panel 3, which I'll just count. That one is still pretty tight. Let's loosen that up a little bit more. That's a tight fit. Drive that together. Oh! Keep in mind, this isn't going to be perfect until we put clamps on it and stuff, but now, panel 3, panel 4, that's this one. But we can get the overall look and our fitment. We got to do some fine tuning to the fitment, but not a whole lot, right? I don't want these joints to be that tight. Okay. Now we should be able to put the top on. It should. We're gonna slide right in. For heaven's sake. There. I think I need to open the top groove a little bit more. Let's lean that back there. Open this one up just a bit more. There is going to be our panel. So, let's spritz it with some alcohol and then break it all down. Okay, let me see if my chat froze again. Okay, let's see if I can give you guys a good view of it. We'll spray it down with alcohol. Now, remember, it's not clamped up yet, so all the gaps and stuff are, everything's all kinds of shifted. But it's a dry fit. It's a dry fit. It's a very tight dry fit, but it's a dry fit. So, let's spritz some What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Good? Is that gonna look fucking sexy? Whew! Smells like rubbing alcohol in here now. Trying to get a picture, get a look at the screen, hey, so I can see what you guys are seeing. I think it's gonna be great. I think it's super sexy. I'm just waiting for the alcohol to finish evaporating away now. It's going pretty quick. I sprayed it pretty heavy. Now, there will be a heart in each one of these panels. We're going to do like a kind of a balloon style heart with no sharp edges. And then we're going to route each panel and each half of the heart. And this is the back side. So this will be the inside of it. But I think this is going to be absolutely stunning. You want to see what the other panel will look like? Let's look at the other panel. All right. This needs to dry before I break it down. So we'll set that over here. Other pieces. Let's do the other pieces. Thanks, Alan. That's the kind of response I was hoping to get from you, but one of my, as a woodworker, one of my biggest fears when making something for someone is whether they will like my vision, right? Like, contrast is supposed to benefit baby's visual development. Sweet. See, that's a happy accident. I had no idea about that. I don't know shit about babies. I know how to practice, but that's about it. Let's see how that plays out. Man, it smells like rubbing alcohol in here. Whew! Let's see how this one plays out, and we'll spray this one. And then maybe we'll spray the face of this one so you can see what it'll look like from the front, I guess. I don't know how much fitment we have to do here, but we do got to lay our panels out. One, two, and the maple is dirty from the router table, so just ignore the like darker spots. That'll come off when I sand. That's from the aluminum on the table. First, let's check these. That's a nice bit. That's a perfect bit. Let's check that. That one, for some reason, is tight in the middle. That's really weird. that will go together. It needs a little bit more TLC for glue, but all right, let's see if it goes in there. There's a little bit of TLC. That'll go together, whether it likes it or not. That piece will go. Okay. Let's check this piece. That's a little tight. Let's loosen that. While we're here, might as well loosen this one a little bit. That's a good fit. Still a little tight, but we'll fine tune that. Now we just need them to go together. To see the dry fit, and then we'll spend some time. We'll spend some time tuning. Perfect. I never did see if that maple went into the slot. Let's find out if that maple goes in there. Bro, it's good. Oh, it's kind of the most important part. We need the maple to go into the cherry. A little tight, a little bit of tuning. A little bit of tuning. Okay, this isn't bad. Might as well try to knock them fuzzies off. Now, when I'm sanding this, I'm not sanding the shoulder, this part here. I'm only sanding the tongue. So the entrance is easier, and then it tightens up as I push it together. All right, that will go in that side. The very center of this one. So this is not what I'll use to fine tune all this because I got sandpaper on both sides. I'll use a foam block. Right now I'm just getting a rough fit. Where am I biting? I'm biting here. This is where you take your time and you get you don't want to mess up at this stage. In fact, from here on out, we don't want to mess up at all. Because if we do, we have to remake an entire panel. Unless it's one of these. One of these we can remake. That's easy. We have one spare from each piece. But we don't want to remake these. Hey, Matthew, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Alright, that's going to be a very tight fit, so why don't we... Okay, so let's get these together. Matthew is just in time to see us dry fit our second panel and spray it with rubbing alcohol. To get a look at the grain. That one fits. That one fits beautifully. That one needs a little work. Okay. Did we get that to fit? Oh, a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Why don't we sand? A block of wood out of here. Woo! About had a heart attack. Let's lay those right there so we don't break them. Will that fit in there? Nope. Will that fit in here? Let's go. Get in there. need to sand those a little bit. Spiky little bastard. Right there. That we can sand that one open a little bit more. Let's check this other side. We need to do this significant amount of sanding on this side. Ta-da! Okay, let's get these pieces put in. they're going to take a little bit more work, but we are good for now. Let's see how that fits there. That actually fits really nice there. How does this fit? That fits perfect. How does it fit on this one? Little bit heavy. That will go in there. Dry fit panel number 2. Look at it. Would you just fucking look at it? Alright. I'm still going to spray this side because I don't want the tape to come off, and I don't want to take any chance of it bleeding in. So we're going to spray this side so you guys can get a look at the grain on this side. Runic, Vineyard, Matthew. Hi, guys. I greatly appreciate everyone in here watching, hanging out with me. Now, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes to get to this point today. It's been a lot to get to this point in general. Now, you guys can see that this stuff isn't even, but it's not set proper. All right, so cut me a break. All right, this is just a rough dry fit. We still have to fine tune, but you ready to see how this one's gonna look? Are we ready? Are we ready? Oops. Hey, Lucifer, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. See ya. All right. All right, we're going to do it. What do we think? What do we think? Try to get you somewhere so you can see some of that curl. That's it. That is, if Alan is happy, with the combo here, not the fitment, just the combo, then I am happy. I wish you guys could see that curly maple. I don't know if it's coming out very well on chat, but man, that shit jumps out. It's no matter how you look at it, there's curl. Either the maple is predominantly curl or the cherry is predominantly curl. But as you walk around it, it shifts. It kind of draws your attention to different pieces. This vision's really slow. You're done. Alan, what do you think? Are you happy with the color layout so far on the panels? You happy with the board choices? If there's anything you want to change, now would be the time to speak up. Ignore the knots. I'll fill those. That's not a problem. Can't see it in the maple. Let me see. I'm gonna have to respray it, but you know what? I'll spray it and then I'll walk around with the camera. It's a good thing alcohol doesn't do anything to the wood. Yoink. You see how it kind of it changes as your angle changes and kind of draws your it highlights the curl in the cherry in some angles, the maple in others. And that black walnut, that nice rich brown, really I don't know, I really like this combo. There's an angle where I got some curl in both the cherry and the maple. It's not very bright, but it's there. Awesome, Alan. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad. This has been a lot of work to get to this point. And we're not close to that. So next steps are chatoyance. Yeah. Looks amazing. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. We're gonna let the alcohol evaporate off of this here before we start breaking it down. So next steps are we have to disassemble, sand everything, mark placement, okay, and I think some of these might be backwards. The maple might be backwards because like this one's kind of set in, this one's kind of set in, this one's no, these ones are flush. These ones are set in a little bit. This one's kind of flush. But next steps is, and I noticed that I have these two flipped, so the curl is kind of going this way, and these two, the curl is kind of coming this way. So I can flip these two so that they match. But which I'll probably do that so that it's not looking weird when you're walking around it. But to do that, all I'll do is take these two and just spin them. So I'll put this end, turn it to up here, not flip it, just spin it. So I will get all of my positions marked for both panels, and I'll do my final fitment sanding, right, to get everything nice and smooth fitting. None of this tight binding nonsense. We'll get everything smooth fitting, and then we will sand everything individually, and then assemble it, and then we will cut down to size our two cherry runs. We're only about an inch and a half ish oversized, so we're doing really good. And what we're going to do is we're going to clamp this all together this way, and then we're going to clamp it this way, right, across, so we can squeeze all this together, but we've got to cut our hearts first, right? That comes first. So, and then we got to do all of our edge detailing. But when we do the glue up, we will clamp them this way with two clamps, and then we'll clamp them this way, all right? And then after it's all dry, we will cut the end up, and we will take the very slightest off of this maple so that the two edges are perfectly joined on both sides, both ends. We're going to try to line the cherry up because this was one board, right? And we just split it. So there's a grain pattern, like this meets this, right? And we kind of want that to continue. It will be, it's separated by, 10 inches of stuff, but this way the curl should hit at the same time and look appropriate. Like this curl hits here and this curl ends here. So they'll pick up on the opposite end. Visually appealing. Matte and semi-gloss are neck and neck. Ooh, we got 73 votes. I think that's the most votes I've ever had in a poll. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Matte, semi-gloss. My matte finish would be more of a... It's going to be more of a hard wax. My semi-gloss will be kind of a sort of polished, little bit polished hard wax. And then the gloss is going to be a wax finish, but it's going to be polished. I'm not going to use polyurethane because polyurethane is essentially plastic, and there's going to be a baby in here. So some people feel a particular way about plastic, so we're not going to have any plastic involved here. No toxic chemicals, no nothing. Everything's going to be... When I sprayed it, that looked perfect. Okay. That, I think, is more of a semi-gloss. Let's give it a shot. Let's see. What is it? Yeah, like that. This area here. Kind of a semi-gloss. I can do that. That's not a problem at all. That's absolutely not a problem. That's what we'll go with then. A sort of light semi-gloss. 100% I can take care of that for you. All right. And it's going to be a wax finish, so you really shouldn't have fingerprints. It is a concern, but it should be easy to clean. You just won't be able to clean it with any harsh chemicals. Okay, like I would say something like Pledge would probably work because it's not really a cleaner; it's more of a polish. It's just basically putting wax down. That would probably work. But stuff like orange cleaner, that might be a little too aggressive. Soap and water would probably work. But to bring back the shine, probably just something like Pledge. Would probably be best. All right. Now I gotta let this dry for a few more minutes. But I gotta be honest. I am super excited about this. And that black walnut grain travels right through. Like that's, we got that little bit of a relief panel going, so it adds a little bit of depth, but not too much. It's not overly complicated. It's just there. I really do like it. I really do. Now, when I do the end panels of this box here, it's going to be kind of boring because they're just plain old cherry. There's no contrast in there at all. But before we glue up the end panels, it'll be, we have to do the laser work, and then we'll glue up the end panels. Let's see what our overall length is right now. We are at 38 inches, which is about 4 inches past where I thought we would be. I thought we would be around 34. So we will be a grand total of about 40 inches, counting the end panels. And we are right at 16 inches high. I'm assuming once we squeeze it down, it'll be about 16. And then we're at 2 1/8, 2 1/8. That's what, 4 1/4. $41 1/4 plus, oh no, plus 2. It's 43 1/4. Plus we'll need about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of clearance on each side. So it'll be about 43 1/2. No. Yeah, 45 1/2. That's going to be pretty big. I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. But I hope you have a really long grandbaby. I also really hope that there's a mattress that can fit in this. Because I'm about 4 inches longer than I thought. Oh well. Oh well. I think what the original intention was to shorten these pieces, and I didn't, which would have given me my 4 inches. If I would have taken an inch, a 1/2 inch off of each side, then I don't think the balance would be right. Whew. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's get these torn down and get them marked out. Oh, they are fucking snug. All right, let's get these marked. We're going to use a yellow wax pencil. We're going to mark right on the tongue. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like this yellow wax. We're going to use a regular pencil. I can press a little harder. That wax is super soft. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Now let's make sure that my curl is going the same direction. To be that way. No, it's too reflective. Sorry, guys, my lights are too bright. Right, bottom. 10. All right, that is this section labeled on the edge where I'm not going to sand it away. I feel like being a bartender for you. All right. We're going to write face, face, okay. Here we go. There's one piece all labeled. Let's break down the other one. Let's get this set outside. Get the next. You know what, guys? Why don't we do a second look at this one? I'll give you guys a walk around of this one. I don't think I did a walk around. Okay, so we'll do a little walk around of it. Try and get you a good shot of that curl. There's some of that maple curl. There's some more. Nope, can't cut back stuff. It's gonna have to be a whoop. It's 4 inches longer than I intended, which means it's probably going to be either 2 inches of shit at each end, or a custom mattress. Which, if it's a custom mattress, then that's what it is. I'll make Alan get that. Looks insane just like that. Yeah, it does. It looks gorgeous. I really like it. I really do. Like, it doesn't look like much before you get a finish on it, right? Like, it looks pretty, sure. But until you get that finished look, like, none of the character really jumps out at you. Like, this is still just slightly damp from the alcohol, and it looks much better than that, I think. Yeah, well, we're not cutting her down. We'll figure it out. Like I said, I think my original intention was to cut down the maple, and that somehow went by the wayside. So we ended up being 4 inches too long, or 4 inches longer. And if I would have taken an inch off of each one of these, that would have dropped me down to my number. But we'll get it. You agree? You agree on what? What do you agree on, Alan? It is really long. It is. I could cut down the maple. I could still cut the maple down and just rerun the groove. It's not a big deal. And I only have to do the groove on the center two. Because the end two I could just cut down off the end. Oh, the color? You agree? Okay. You know what? 38 inch. Probably going to be about probably be about 15 inches wide at the very bottom. If my math is correct, it may be a little wider. So 38 by 15. Deep in concentration. 38 by 15. That's the number I'm going to shoot for. So let me see what a mattress runs. Or somewhere around that length. It doesn't have to be that exact length, but it could be, 36. You know a guy that can, hey, all right. Before I assemble, I can thin out the maple. I can't thin out the black walnut or the grain will not follow. But I could thin out the maple. And if I took, they are 4 inches wide. So if I drop them down to 3 inches, it'd be about the width of my finger, a little less. God damn, some fucking wide ass fingers. That would bring the maple over to here, which would then give me a maple strip that wide. I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if visually that will work. Hi, Europe. Yep, this is one side panel. The other side panel we already broke down, labeled, broke down, and put over there. Yeah, it should be about 15 wide by 38 long. It may be a little bit wider, but I'm going to shoot for 15. The overall project is going to be significantly longer, but we've got those beefy uprights, and we got to have a space plus an inch on each end. Oh, Michael, I did. I haven't opened it yet, but I did get it. Right, it is going to be very long. I could go a little wider. I could go to like, you know what? Let's make it about. Let's go for like 17 inches wide. All right. They are all. This is tongue and groove together, and then these are all tongue and groove. There's a tongue and groove on the top and the bottom, and then each panel to maple has a tongue and groove. So, the only spot that's not grooved is the 2 black walnut panels. There's going to be a heart cut out of each one of these. Like this is a 2-piece panel. See? Very nice work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, Michael, not for Bassinet. Bassinet mattresses, they vary in size greatly. You can get Bassinet mattresses from, I've seen them as small as 20 inches long and 12 inches wide. But I don't know what you're going to do with a mattress that big. You put the baby in it for like 5 minutes and then it's too big. Because babies grow. But the whole thing is oversized and I'm a little annoyed that I oversized it so much. But there'll be plenty of room for, like, I don't know, people put stuff at each end, I guess. You can make the mattress? Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. Now, I guess I could nine. I guess I could eliminate one panel out of each end and leave the double panel in the center. That would still give me grain match. Would drop my size significantly. I would only have one heart. That would drop me down to around 29.5 inches. Mrs. T, how you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Hey, Tom, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Did more sewing than Betsy Ross. So I could do that. I could shorten it by taking out one panel, one black walnut panel out of each end. But it looks off. It looks off. I don't like it. Wait a minute. Yeah, that was the idea. Okay, so I oversized these panels by 1/2 inch. Okay, and then these are 1 inch too wide, the two center ones. The end ones are supposed to be this wide, according to that plan. These are supposed to be 3 inches wide. Alan, are you still here? But if I shorten those inner stiles, that would drop me down to about 27.5 inches. Because this will put me at about 29.5 once it's all squeezed together. I'll send Alan pictures. Let him decide. And then I can do one heart cutout in the center panel of each. These wouldn't be cut out. I would just have to add another tongue to this side. And it would be significantly smaller. I mean, we're dropping 9 inches off the overall length. Curiosity, what was the ultimate width for the one that they had here? $33 inches. Can't be 37 inches. No, 33. All right, so theirs was... The original design was set to 33 inches long. with 2 panels in each end. I don't know. I must think about this now. I could drop it down to 36, keeping all 4 panels, and just dropping these 2 down an inch each to 3-inch rails or styles. That would drop me from 38 inches overall length to 36 overall length. And having all 6 panels in. We have 38. If I drop each one of these down an inch, that puts me at 36, which puts me here. Well, it was putting me more like there. That would be a general idea of how it would look with narrower center rails. I may need to think about this for a bit. Hey, Kizzy. Yes, it is all still available to watch. I will not be deleting any of it. And it started last Saturday. And at, I don't know. I think it was like 4 or 5 hours Saturday, a couple of 4 or 5 hours Sunday, 2 hours every night during the week, and then today for 5 hours. No, Janelle, you're right. It is a bit long. It is a bit long. I'm going to send some pictures to Alan. I'm going to let him decide if he wants to keep it or modify it. I don't know how I feel about shortening the center bars. I was just over there looking at their pictures that they have of it, and those center bars are not an inch narrower than the end bars. Thinner maple strips on the outside. It would look something like this. We're going to use a hard wax finish. A lightly polished hard wax finish. Yeah, so the only thing about this layout, not really a good spot to put you guys. The only thing about this layout that I'd be okay with is there's an end cap of cherry on each end, which is about 3/4 of an inch thick. That will be against the ends of this. This will not ride over the cherry. The cherry will ride over these. But that really doesn't look bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Alan a couple of pictures and let him decide, since it's his bassinet. So yeah, I do rather like this layout. This is kind of nice. And then just put one heart here and nothing on these other two panels. Just one heart. Alternatively, I could cut down the outsides of these, okay? The groove side. I could cut the groove side. So I could make these panels make them still be a panel, but just slightly wider or slightly narrower, and go for an overall length of 36 inches. Which would put me around there. Alan, welcome back, buddy. So here's the thing. My brain has been all fuckered. So, when I cut these, I never worked them down to the proper length, right? Width, rather. So, that's why we got a 38-inch long basket. Now, we can fix it, but we have to fix it now. All right? So, there's a couple of options. We can either leave it really long, which it is really long. It's 38 inches internal space. It's pretty long. Okay. Order another grandbaby. Now, we could do this and shorten the outside panels a little bit to drop it down to a 36-inch overall length. Okay. Maybe put one heart in the center. We could get rid of the outside panel altogether on each end and put, just ignore this black walnut over here. Just do this with one heart in the center. And then it'll have a 3/4 inch end cap of cherry on it, obviously. We could leave all 6 panels and either make the end panels shorter to go for an overall length of 36 inches. Not the end panels, but the end maple strips. We could leave these ones at 4 inches wide, cut these ones down to 3 inch, and leave them, you know, so they're a little narrower in the center. The smallest we could really make it in this configuration would be that way, which would be about a 30-inch length internal space. So, need some input. Or we can leave it long and just hope your grandbaby is a basketball player, I guess. You like this? Is that what you like here? The one large panel? I would just put one heart then on each side. But that's the only way I can get rid of black walnut without affecting the grain pattern. I have to take one off of each side. Or I can cut these down. I can cut off of each end, you know, but then it just makes those end panels a little bit. So if this is how you want to go to make it smaller, then we can get down to roughly 30 inches internal length, which means the width then it's now more of a standard size mattress, and then I can adjust the width to make it fit. I try to stick with the golden ratio for visual effect and visual appeal. So I'll work out the math for roughly 30 inches and see how wide that needs to be. Now, standard mattress, 17 by 32, perfect. I can make it 2 inches longer than this. Kizzy, it's a bassinet. I can make that 2 inches longer. That wouldn't be a problem. I could go for 32 and 17 wide at the bottom. I can do that. In fact, we'll add 2 inches of black walnut. We'll do it. 32 by 17. Done. All right. Brain is no longer broken. Yay! I need a drink. That hurt my head. I'm a little sad that I didn't math it out properly, but yeah, probably. Probably. I will make it visually appealing. Will. So if we add we want to shoot for 32 inches internal volume. And we could probably go 33 so the mattress has a little room to expand. A half inch on each end. So it's not squeaking or whatever. That probably wouldn't hurt. Alan, how about we go for 33 inches overall length? Internal volume. That'll be a half inch on each end of the mattress. And we'll still have our grain match panels. We'll have one heart in the center. It didn't look uniform cutting down the maple. Yeah, I agree. Now, there is another option. I have more black walnut. I can remake these panels so they are all three the same width. I mean, I wouldn't use these. These would become scrap wood. But I can remake them so that all three panels are the same width. That is not a problem. You'll be a grandma by November, Kizzy? Awesome! Awesome, Kizzy. Kizzy, shoot me an email, and I will send you the plan that I'm using, if you like. Congratulations. Okay, so, Alan, do you want me to make all three panels the same width? Just like we had on the original, except for slightly smaller. I don't have a problem doing that. That's not a big deal. Or are you happy with one larger panel and two smaller panels? You like the one heart in the middle? Okay. Okay. Done and done. Done and done. Just let me take all my notes over here, throw them in the trash, and start over. What size mattress for just like this? Um, the way it's currently laid out, it will be 33 by 17, so you can get a 32 by 16 or even a 17 or 18-inch wide, because the sides are going to be tapered. It will be wider at the top than at the bottom, so the mattress will fit out to the edge. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. That puts us more in the standard range of mattress sizing. And the overall project then will be probably right around 42 inches long. 16 by 32, ordering it now. Awesome. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not going to remake that black walnut. Just for the simple fact of having these gaps here. There's no need for those at this point because they're not going to be cut into hearts. I may still remake them. So, you know, it's, we'll figure that out later. Tomorrow, we're going to work on the end caps. We're going to work on those. And we're going to let this stuff all sit. In fact, I'm going to take a screenshot of how that sits right now. Okay. Wife said she's good with 2 grandbabies. Are we doubling the length now, or? How many kids do you have, Alan? How many of them can get pregnant at once? For the no. We turn this into a if you can get them to all, I don't know how many kids you have, but if you can get them all to have babies at the same time, we can have this giant family-sized. I guess at that size it'd be more like a playpen. Yes, Kizzy, this is style and rail. So we got our rails and our styles. Now the plans that I will send you, style spelled S-T-I-L-E. The plans I'll send you are not doing style and rail. They're doing floating tenon. No, he's definitely not ready yet. So they're doing floating tenon on their plan. So if you want to do style and rail, you have to adapt the plan. I'll probably end up redoing that maple or black walnut. Just so my brain doesn't hurt when I look at it. think that in my black walnut pile over there, I have 2 really nice, highly figured pieces of black walnut that will be big enough to do both sides. I think. I know for sure I have one. And I know for sure I can get a second. The sides are getting redone. Alright. Sorry, Alan. It's happening. Alan, do you want them to stay the same dimensions as here, or do you want me to even them out? They're getting redone. I'm gonna use highly figured black walnut. Or a figured black walnut we'll go with. Okay. This is my furniture building process, all right? Once I see it laid out and then I go, fuck, this isn't right, and then the design gets changed. So this is all part of how I do things. If I even them out, I can put 3 hearts. If I leave the center panel with 1 heart and leave it this way, I can just put the 1 heart in. Designer, run with your madness. All right. All right. All right. All right. That was more brain work than I really wanted to do. So now I need a drink. You say 1 heart? All right. Am I laser cutting the heart? No. This is... My laser can cut 3/4 inch material, but it will not do it a clean cut. It'll, as the laser gets further in there, it'll widen out. So it won't be a clean straight cut. It'll be nice and straight for about 1/4 inch, and then it'll start to flare. It'll go all the way through, but it won't be clean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to laser cut a heart template, and I'm going to router the heart out of those. I'll probably just print out 2 or 4 of the heart templates, and then I'm going to router them in. That deserves a beer? Hell yeah. I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay, so here's my train of thought right now. Okay, so I don't find this visually appealing. Okay, with the wider maple in here. So I'm wondering if I shorten these up just a little bit and make this panel, the end panels, a little bit wider, and end up with the same overall length, but more black walnut. Not make them terribly much smaller, maybe a 1/2 inch each. So overall would be 1 inch. So these panels would only be about 1 inch. The end panels would only be about a 1/2 inch longer. rocking horse instead of a heart. I don't know that I could laser cut a rocking or make an entirely new panel. That's also a possibility. Too short. Making the one in the middle dark and light on the ends. Now, I don't like it. There needs to be consistency through it. Tongue and grooving the sides of the panels. Here, the end caps, no. Those will be floating tenons. And then if I don't like the strength of it, they will be through dowels of maple with a black walnut wedge driven into them, so that I continue the black walnut maple theme. Purple poplar on the ends. I think that would be too much going on. That'd be a lot of it. That would be 4 different woods in one small project. I don't know that that would work out. At the way that I have this set out now, the cherry and black, or the cherry and the black walnut kind of share the attention, right? And then the maple is acting more as an accent. If I added purple poplar instead of the 2 black walnut panels, then it would be cherry and purple poplar were sharing the attention, and I would have 2 accent pieces, being the black walnut and the maple. And that would be very busy. We'll find your limits one way or another. I have an idea. I think I've got this figured out. I think I've got it figured out, and we won't stray from this overall look. And in fact, since I widened that out about 1/2 inch on each end, it looks more balanced to me than the Wenge and the rosewood. Yeah, there is such a thing as too much. That is true, Kizzy. That is true. But right now, the maple is the supporting. The maple is the structure. The black walnut is non-structural at this point. The black walnut at this point, without the black walnut in there, this would be just as strong and probably less functional, but it'd be just as strong as with the black walnut in it. It's also holding, the cherry and the maple is holding the black walnut from curling, warping, anything like that. Now, there is another thing to think about. Yes, Michael, we're talking about Double A's grandkids. Is that cherry rails? Yes, these are cherry rails. The other thing to think about is my lumber here is going two different directions. Okay. Now, in something like this, that's not an issue. I don't care what anybody tells you. It's not an issue in something like this. Okay. It's not big enough to be an issue. Okay. So you have the grain of the maple is going top to bottom. So when it expands and contracts, it's going to go side to side. Okay. The grain on the black walnut and the cherry is going left to right. So when it expands, it's going to go up and down. Okay. Now, the only possibility for anything splitting would be as if this black walnut absorbed a ton of moisture and expanded a lot. Because that's the way it's going to go. It's always going to expand across grain. It will not expand with the grain. It'll expand across the grain in width and thickness. Okay. So this way and this way. It will not expand this way. Okay. So the cherry isn't going to do anything because it's going to expand down. Okay. There's nothing holding it here. The maple will expand ever so little bit. It's only 4 inches wide. The two middle ones would be the only ones that would expand and affect anything. The edges will expand outwards. Okay. But it's only 4 inches wide. Probably the maximum amount that it's going to expand, you'd be looking at the thousandths of an inch. Okay. The black walnut is what would expand the most because it is the longest across grain. And even then, you're looking at thousandths of an inch. And you're pushing into softer woods. The black walnut is softer than the maple, and the cherry is softer than the black walnut. So we have give, and it's currently built into the system completely by accident, to be honest with you. You're interested in pursuing building furniture, chairs, chests, specialty things with design and intention. Any advice on where you should start? Go what classes specifically to look for. I don't know. I've never taken a class. Aside from shop class, that is about the only bit of actual education that I have. Everything else has been self-taught. But woodworking right now has become a very popular side thing. There are a lot of classes, in-person classes, across the country. I'm talking about the U.S. I don't know about elsewhere. If that is not an option, there are cabinet shops, furniture makers, who love to get somebody in as an intern. Okay. Yeah, that is going to be your best bet for learning proper, would be getting into a cabinet shop, a furniture maker's shop, where they can take you in and you can be an intern. You will learn everything that way. You will start at the bottom, and I'd imagine that means you'll be sanding a lot. But you'll be a gopher, and that's it. Now, if that is not an option for you, for whatever reason, you can get things like magazines. Woodsmith magazine, Wood magazine. There's one, I think it's called Furniture Builder. It's a little advanced. But there is a whole bunch of magazines that you can go and get, and a lot of local libraries actually have them on hand, like in the library. You can just check them out. In every one of those magazines, there is a couple of plans, build plans. Okay, this is actually part of one of them. And they usually are geared towards entry level, intermediate, and advanced. Okay, this would be the way the plan is designed. It would be more of a upper intermediate. What I've done is probably pushed it more into the advanced, just in the way that I'm doing things. But that route is going to mean it's going to cost you money. No, there's no way around it. It will cost you money, in material, in time, in tools, consumables, all that stuff. It will cost you money. An apprenticeship will likely cost you a little bit, depending on where you're apprenticing at. But you will learn a ton about a very specific task, most likely. Like, if you go to a cabinet shop, you're going to learn a lot about cabinetry, which some of it will be able to transfer to other aspects. But you won't learn as much about furniture building as if you were in a furniture building shop. But you will learn the basics no matter where you go. And the basics is really all you need to learn how to advance. That being said, any class on YouTube, any of them, they are not worth the purchase. Not that I have seen, anyway. That's my own personal opinion. They are just not geared towards getting people to start woodworking. They seem to be more geared towards, oh, you want to try to woodwork? I want to make money, so here you go. I'll show you how to make a couple of planter boxes or cutting boards, and you pay me $300, and then you can talk to the other 1,000 people that paid me $300, and you guys can amongst yourselves figure out how to do things on your own. Right? That's stupid. That's literally the internet. I mean, but that's just my opinion. I haven't seen them all. I haven't bought a single fucking one of them because I think they're a waste of money. But I highly suggest you don't do that. What's up, Hinton? How you doing, buddy? That light streak through the walnut would be the most vulnerable to expansion? Yes. And Typhon 3 will stay a little malleable, yes. Yeah, this kind of lighter streak here. Now this is all heartwood, but it does have that lighter streak right through it. I'm doing pretty good, Henson. Had a minor heart attack. Almost had a brain aneurysm, but we got it figured out. We figured out what we're doing. It was either that or we were gonna have to make sure Alan's grandbaby was 12 feet long. I feel bad for his daughter at that point. I jumped ahead of myself when I was doing my stuff. I never cut my things down to size properly. Could I open my... Absolutely. Sure, Michael. I'll do that. Michael sent me a box of... Poor kid didn't get stretched. I guess it's some fishing lures? Something? We're going to check it out. I know that's backwards for you guys. Hang on. What made you want to use the maple and the cherry? Cherry is my favorite wood. And maple is very sturdy and stable and very hard. So it is an excellent wood to use in furniture. The black walnut was just here for contrast. Well, Michael, these are a lot of these. A lot of fishing lures in here. What's this? What's this? Is this a little pickle? I don't know if this is a little slug or a little pickle, but I'm going to assume it's a little pickle. That's hilarious. Thank you, Michael. That's awesome. I'm not going to pull these all out. These are, so Michael knows that I do steelhead fishing a lot. And he had found some older trout lures and steelhead lures. He had asked me if I would want them. And hell yeah, I want them. Baby pickle's bigger than yours. You wouldn't dare question the walnut, right? I'll be honest with you, I don't like black walnut. It is not my... If I had a choice to use any wood ever, black walnut would never be one of them. I think it's overused. I think it's beautiful, don't get me wrong. But I think it is overused. I'm trying to spread these out so you guys can see. Just there's a bunch of different spoons and stuff. And different jigs. These are all some of the older stuff. I've actually got a few of these. A few of these I use all the time. The Blue Fox Super Vibrax. That's this one. It's not blue. That was the Super Vibrax 6. There's the 5. Also not blue. Yeah, these are awesome. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, bud. These are great. Tried and tested long ago. Hell yeah. The pickle is cute. You might fish with the pickle. You ain't fishing with my pickle. It's not a fishing pickle. It's a little pickle. Little pickle on a keychain thing. See? Ain't fishing with my damn pickle. The fancy enamel one in the center of the big one. Talking this here green one? That... I'll have to pull that one out. The hook is stuck in something else. Right. Now I need a tetanus shot. Yeah. I only say that because I stabbed myself with the hook. Sort of with a burst design. Alright, so it wasn't this green one. With the burst design. With the oh, that must be in the other bag. We talking that one? That's a Super Fox 4. And Ow! Son of a bitch! I need 2 shots. That is the weight arm. Even better, you want that that tiny cute pickle? No, that's my pickle. My pickle. Thank you, Michael. I greatly appreciate that, and I will definitely be putting them to use. Yeah, thank you. Still need to send me the gun cover. It's not going anywhere. Although I really like this pickle. And the emotional support pickle card. That's hilarious. One of your guitars is made out of Claro walnut. It's gorgeous wood. It is gorgeous. I mean, walnut is beautiful wood. It's absolutely beautiful. I just think it's overused. I think about the time we started making dining tables out of it, it lost its appeal. When people are covering their walls, floors, and ceilings with black walnut, it's not that good looking. Like, it's an excellent contrasting wood. Like, it works great with other woods. It's gorgeous wood. It's just, cherry is definitely better. I will fight people on that. Cherry is superior. I don't understand why you're guarding pickle for me. It's my pickle. You can't have it. I need to find a place to hang it. I gotta find a. Oh, I got little nails. I'll hang it on my wall. Can I hang them? I can't. It's nuts. And one for double A, but he didn't get it until he comes up. You know, I had no idea that the whole pickle thing would be would have gone this far. I can't get a nail out. Put this up here. I'll put it on the corner of my shelf. How walnut is overused? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's entirely nuts. Excuse me. And that is also the reason why black walnut prices have shot through the roof. Because it is the current wood of choice. Years ago, it was white oak. People wanted white oak furniture, white oak tables. And white oak shot through the roof, and then, they moved on to something else. Mary got one plus a tiny pickle in a tiny jar. That's awesome. Yeah. Mahogany is gorgeous wood. So I believe it's mahogany that the wood will spiral as the tree grows, right? It'll spiral up the grain. And then every few years, it will change direction. So one year it's spiraling up clockwise, the next year it's going counterclockwise for the next ring. And that's how you get some of that amazing, amazing character. But a few years before white oak, no, it was after oak. So there was a period there where it was just any furniture had to be made out of oak. It didn't matter what kind. Could have been red oak, white oak, pin oak, whatever. Nobody cared. It just had to be oak. And oak makes great furniture. It's a very stable, durable wood. Makes excellent furniture. But the oak got overdone. Everything was oak. People's TVs were oak. Their coffee tables were oak. Their furniture was oak trimmed plaid fabric or floral fabric, whatever. Everything was oak. To the point that they even made wall paneling look like oak. And then it's just a big brown blob in the middle of your house. And then that went out of style and it became white oak because white oak is lighter, it's brighter. You still have all the benefits of oak, but it's bright and shiny and happy. Yeah, big slabs, rounded corners, smoke glass doors. Yep. And then, so then oak had fallen out of favor. There was a period there where cherry kicked in. And aged cherry can be close to the coloring of mahogany. And then the cherry fell out of favor pretty quick. Probably because this is what it looks like when you first do it, and it takes a couple of months to years for it to darken properly. People don't have that kind of patience, right? I want it to be dark, and I want it to be dark now. And what's dark now? Black walnut. Perfect. It's dark. Yeah, I have gotten I've gotten a hold of some mahogany furniture from yard sales, secondhand stores, and stuff before it was veneered. And I'll be honest, I only got it so that I could break it down and use the mahogany. That was the only reason. Mahogany wood is gorgeous. And all I ever did with it was I would veneer it. I never made anything out of solid mahogany. Mahogany it's a really pretty wood. But it's a great accent. It's a great accent wood. And it veneers really well. You cut it into 1/4-inch slices and turn it into a veneer that can be refinished for years. But now we're on the black walnut kick. It'll go away. It'll stop being popular. I'm sure it might take a few years, but somebody will eventually move on to something else. You know, like all fads, they do eventually fade. Although furniture and wood fads, they generally stick around for a generation. And I think what really happens is kids grow up, in a house filled with oak, and they go, I'm really fucking tired of seeing oak. I want something different. I want a different kind of color. I don't want the same color I grew up with my entire life, right? And they go with, white oak, right? Or cherry, or whatever. I think right now we're in that point where everybody is growing up seeing black walnut everywhere. And by the time they move on to their own houses and stuff, their own decorating, I think they will gravitate towards a different type of wood. Oh, my chat was frozen. There we go. Please not Naughty Pine again. I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of like Naughty Pine. Not as an entire room, but as like an accent wall with some tongue and groove board on it. I like walnut, always have, always will, but some stuff doesn't need to be made with walnut. I agree. Yeah. I think it's a beautiful wood. It's got wonderful grain. It's just overused. Hey, Kev, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in. Want a piece made from wormwood? The wormwood is pretty. I have a piece of wormwood. Where is it? Must be over there. Or did I use it already? Is it down there? There is a slab. Richard, quit being a dick. There is a slab of wormwood at my lumber yard. And Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, bye. There is a slab of wormwood at my local mill, but it's not wide enough for me. Don't dick, not be a dick. I know. But it's not wide enough. I would have to rip off one edge of the live edge to widen it, to fold it back on itself and widen it out, because it's only about a foot wide. It'd have to be at least 2 feet wide for a bar top. Have I ever thought of doing an electric burn technique on anything? Oh, you talking about that that lightning bolt thing? I do have a very dangerous version of that in my basement, where you just take the transformer out of a microwave, and if you touch both ends of it, you electrocute yourself. So you try not to touch both ends of it. But I've played with it a little bit. I haven't really... So when I made that lightning technique was super popular. Everybody was doing it. And then it fell out of favor before I even learned how to do it so well. Like, I'd like to try, because I do like seeing it filled with epoxy. I think it has a place. I think it was just overdone really fast. I'd also like to get a safer version of it. I'll get fucked, dick. See you later. Lichtenberg, yeah. Yeah, on account of the fatal accident rate. That's entirely possible. It's just the version that I have, the version that a lot of people made, was super dangerous. Whereas the stuff you can buy now from like Amazon, they're basically fluorescent or neon tube transformers, and they're just refashioned to be used in the Lichtenberg thing. Yeah, I think a bar top could be pretty cool if you did it right. You put like a lightning bolt down the center of it, and maybe you filled it with red epoxy and then sanded off the rest of it, and then glazed it. I think it could look pretty cool. I do think it has a place. I think it was just overdone so quickly that that it fell out of favor really fast. 12-volt battery, jumper cables, and rods? Really? Would a 12-volt battery have the amperage? Well, I mean, I guess it would have the amperage. I don't know. I never tried it. Seen guys using a battery charger? I don't know. I've never played with any of those. I had an old microwave, and it quit microwaving, so the transformer still worked. And I ripped it out, started playing with it. And then it fell out of favor, and I quit playing with it. But I do want to get a proper version of it, so I do think it has a place. When I go through and put tags on all the videos, I'm definitely going to have to mark the quit woodworking, stand around and bullshit period in this video. So that people can skip past it if they want. What do? Do you drill a hole in the wood on two sides? So the way that I was doing it was you took your wood, right? And you would drive a nail into one portion, and that had a wire connected to it. The other one you had in like a jumper cable clamp onto a nail. And so you soak the wood down, and then wherever you put that other terminal, that nail, is where the electricity would try to fly, right? So that would be, you put it here, you're going to get a lightning bolt that goes this way. You can put it over here, it's going to go this way. And if you did it wrong, this spot that was anchored would just burn a hole. So you had to keep moving them both. You didn't have to nail it down. You could have used just clamping two of them, but then you complete a circuit, and like there's a whole bunch of things that can go wrong with that. I'm not a big fan of, like, my body resistance is not enough to counter 20,000 volts or whatever a microwave transformer is. People forget to wet the wood and it would explode. Good Lord. Yeah, you had to wet the wood. If you didn't wet the wood, it wasn't going to work very well. Wood, believe it or not, there's a reason that trees explode when lightning hits them. It's not because lightning is super strong. It is. But wood is resistance. It is non-conductive. And so you have to make it wet. You have to make it conductive. And that's why you get that surface burning, because that section got conductive. And then carbon is conductive. So when you burn through, the carbon is now conductive, and it can continue following that path. Like you look at a pine tree or whatever that gets hit by lightning, you see like the side of it explodes out. It's because it's a giant resistor. It doesn't want the power to flow through it. There's just enough of it there that it's going to do whatever it wants. Yeah, and the moisture in the tree is conductive, and the tree is trying to not be conductive. So you boil up that moisture. Wonder if you could use alcohol? No. Alcohol is flammable. And what you're doing with the lictin thing is you are burning it. You burst the whole damn thing into flames. I mean, it would be pretty cool, let's be honest. But it would be on fire really fast. But it was what? Baking soda water? Wasn't it baking soda water, or was it salt water? Yeah, try it outside, but on a small piece. I don't know if it would work on, I doubt it, but it might work on lower voltage stuff. Maybe. I don't know, but I doubt it. I I really do think. And alcohol evaporates really fast. Like you've seen, that's what I sprayed these down with, was 91% isopropyl alcohol. And they didn't really take that long. You shouldn't type everything you think. I mean, somebody out there is going to do it now. And then post the video. And then tag me in it. And I'm going to laugh. I fully support y'all tagging me in your alcohol Lichtenberg videos. I don't want to miss a single one. Please do them outside. Regular water is all you needed? I always thought it was like baking soda water or something. I thought you put something in it. But, I mean, I could have been wrong. I haven't done that in years. Put the alcohol in yourself and go sit down. I mean, didn't we just talk about taking away the warning labels for like 2 years? It would sort itself out. It'd be fine. Oh, Kizzy. I didn't mean to make you feel bad or anything. I hope I didn't. I vote you type everything you're thinking. Hey, I'm a big dill. Look at that, Steph. Somebody thinks I'm special. Put that up there. Right next to my big pickle. I am still annoyed that Turner got his fucking pickle. I ordered them at the same time, and he got his a day before I got mine. Fucking nerd. No filters. Right? Mixing the Coke Mentos experiment in there. I mean. Oh, maybe that's what the baking soda was for, to make it darker. Worker investigation by the ATF. I'm kind of re-excited about this now, since I'm going to use that curly, or that figured walnut. In fact, I think that one board right there is all I really need. Man, it's cold. I'm putting a hoodie on. That poor little heater. It's probably only warm over there where the... Oh, you can't see it. So, right above that... Weebles wobble. Right above that tank is the control head. Right there. For that heater. And, so it's probably nice and warm over there. Can you keep a fire extinguisher outside? I mean... Probably. At some point, it will rust or corrode, and then it will put out... It'll probably put out a fire nearby, just spontaneously. I don't know, do fire extinguishers corrode? They're made out of steel, right? They've got to corrode. How long would it take for one to rust? Always learn something around here. I'm glad I could help keep you guys Keep you guys entertained. Oh, we got 91 votes. Holy shit. That means 91 different people came in here. Man, that semi-gloss pulled ahead. You like run them over in the landfill, they pop. What do you run them over with? Like a dozer? I'm surprised they don't just like push down into the ground. They don't you like I do. Oh, steel wheels. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, compact. Oh, one of them, you're talking one of them things that's got, it looks like a steamroller, but it's got fucking teeth on it. Like one of those great big things. That's a compactor, right? Like those big old knobs on the wheel. I think so. Yeah, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours now. And we only had 91 people answer the poll. Man, bunch of slackers. Although we did do our panels. Wrong, but they were done. The label says they keep in a cool, dry place. Huh. Is there a fire extinguisher anywhere in a cool, dry place? I've got a fire extinguisher like 5 feet away from my toolbox underneath a garden hose that leaks at work. Yeah, I'm going to have to head out here soon. I got to get ready for dinner. Now, you're making me food. That fucking Saturday is... Steph makes me food to pay for all the woodworking I do. And the deck and all that happy horse shit. Store away from heat and open flames. Alright, guys. It's been 6.5 hours. We did some work. We figured out the wrong way to do it and then fixed it. Or figured out how to fix it. This is all part of furniture building. Part of woodworking in general, really. So, nothing's a big waste. Like, everything's going to still work out. We're just going to change up our black walnut a little bit. And then use those pieces for a different project. Since they're all uniform and already have a tongue built into them, they'll be great. So, I will catch you all later. I'll be live tomorrow. I'm sure I'll run into you guys later on today or tonight in different streams. But thank you all for coming in and hanging out with me today. And especially lately with the shooting the shit. So, thanks everyone. Have a great night, and I will talk to you all later.